Hello, hello. Time for more Pokemons. Also, I have fixed the issues with the stream alerts. So it seems that OBS was the cause of it, and because I updated, some things from my Mix It Up overlay were not working properly. And so I had to roll back the version to before version 31. And then it worked fine. I also had to roll back the version for the advanced scene switcher. But it actually was simple to do, just download the installer and install it, and all the settings are still there, and yeah. Whoop-de-doo. It's fine. So. We have a new special episode. In the future of darkness. Grovel, who came from the future to prevent the planet's paralysis, collected the time gears, and together with Mink and Relaxbro, made his way to Dialga's temporal tower. However, I won't change. You'll never change history. Whoa. Grovel. So you shielded Mink, Grovel. And it's taking a heavy toll on you. Very well, you're going down first. What are you doing? Dusknor, I'm taking you with me. We're going back to the future. Whoa! What? It's up to you now. Oh, those are time gears. Alright, team. The Rainbow Stone ship's set to go. Whoa! What's going on? Relax, bro. This is it for me. I'm taking Dusknor back to the future. Huh? What? I can never come back here again. Watch Mink's back. Promise me. But... Take your place, Grovel? I can't. You must and you will. Because you can. Relax, bro. You two are the greatest of combinations. Whoa, unhand me. Release me. We're almost there. Quiet. Mink, take care. I was lucky to have known you. Though the parting hurts, the rest is in your hands. Meanwhile, sorry for the hold-up, Dusknor. Whoa! After entrusting his mission to his friends, Grovel returned to the future. Oh, Grovel, why? Grovel. Yet Mink and Relaxbro were desperately trying to contain their sorrow. Hey, Mink, we have to do this for Grovel's sake. Let's go to Temporal Tower. Filled with that sentiment, they set off on a final adventure. But then, after having returned to the future with Dusknor, Grovel Dusknor. Is this the future? I'm back again. This world of darkness. But Dusknor and I haven't disappeared. The future is still this dark place. Does it mean history? History hasn't been changed yet? Don't tell me. Preventing the planet's paralysis. Did they fail? No, that can't be. It's only that they haven't done it yet. The effects of history's being changed will probably start appearing soon. I simply haven't noticed them yet. Anyhow, right now I've got no choice but to believe that... Mink, relax bro, please. Succeed for me. I believe in you too. I'm doing everything I can. Gah! My injuries from fighting Dusknor still hurt. Sableye! They found me already. I've got to get out of here as fast as I can. What do we have here? Hello, spammer. Goodbye. Ugh. Dusknor. Growell. You! Oh. It looks like our fight left you with some injuries too. Don't push yourself. You, Growell. This is the future? I knew I'd come right back here to this world. After all, didn't I lose to you, Growell and Mink? I couldn't get in your way. But why? Why don't... I don't want to disappear. That's all. I just don't want to disappear. Yet, why did you? You saw the world of the past, didn't you? The beauty of a sunrise, the peacefulness of a gentle breeze. There's no future in this dark world. It's enough to break your heart. I don't want to disappear either, but if history could be changed, I'm willing to pay the price. Even if we disappeared, it would be for the sake of everyone who lives in the future. Everyone, everything, from now on will be given a gift of a new life. Or a new life. According to the planetary investigation team, everyone, except those few whose hearts are dark and shriveled. Everyone was in agreement. They all agreed to change this world of darkness. Everyone's ready. So do the right thing and give up. Where will you go? The Sableye found me earlier. While you were still unconscious. Your failure, they'll probably tell Primal Dialga about it. If that happens, Primal Dialga will likely go with Plan B. But in order to send a new agent back to the past world, Dialga needs some time to store power. So, I'm going to fight him now. I'm going to Temporal Tower to take on Primal Dialga. Do you think you can defeat Master Dialga? You're already wounded from our battle. You'd have to be in perfect shape to even consider such an enormous challenge. You'd never win in the state you're in now. I already know I won't win. What? Until Mink and Relaxbro change history, until the effects of changing history start to appear in this dark world. Until then, I want to buy them some time. That's all. So stay out of my way. I won't let you do that. Oh, last. Still too weakened. Can't move. but Grovel can't just do as he pleases. Grabby, grabby, grabby. Alright. What moves do we have? Leaf Blade. Is this ranged? No. All of them are not ranged. Except for quick attack. We have something that cuts around corners. No? Absorb? No. In that case... Oh, dig is not gonna work, obviously. Well then, just do this. Freaking counter. I assume I don't have any other items. Nope. Prevents poisoning. Well, better than nothing, I suppose. Probably have hover or something like that, whatever it's called. Job. Yeah, that was to expect. The type matchups are not great here for me. I suppose that's the challenge. This again, huh? Let's make sure that you die. I've come a long way, just a little farther. Oh, great. Nighty night. There we go. Oh yeah, the counter also only works against physical attacks. Better remember that. Reviver seed, nice. And a good orb. Might come in handy. Lion candy. I think I'm almost through. But it's still a ways to Temporal Tower. Mustn't lose any time. Grow while. I was positive you'd come after me, Dusknor. So, hello. Do you seriously intend to fight in the condition you're in? Ah, you're injured too.
Grow while. And there he is. Over there.
Rovile,
I regret to inform you that the situation has changed. Sableye, your arrival is admirably timed. Be so good as to knock out Grovyle. What do you think you're doing? What is the meaning of this? Why? What do you mean by suddenly attacking me?
Don't ask why, just fight back, Dusknoir.
What?
Don't you get it? These guys, I'm not the only one they're aiming at anymore.
What are you saying? Why? Why me?
I don't know either. Believe me, if this goes on, both of us will get knocked out.
Alright. And the question is, in what kind of direction will they face? Are they gonna go this way or this way? We'll see, I suppose. Shit. There goes my reviver seed.
Run!
Nevertheless, why? Why are the Sableye attacking me?
They already abandoned you at the hidden land and ran off, didn't they? Why are you still surprised?
Even so, the Sableye follow any orders given to them by Master Dialga or myself. Why they might target me like that, I cannot think of an appropriate reason.
Don't you think maybe Dialga gave them that order?
What are you implying? No, not possible. Absolutely impossible. There's no way that Master Dialga would abandon me like that. There's categorically no chance.
Sure, but I wonder. You did fail to stop Mink in the past, so it's not unexpected that Dialga might abandon you like this. Whatever. It's none of my business. Your little family spats are fine with me. Keep it up. I've got to hurry on ahead. See you.
Wait. Why don't we call a temporary truce, Grovyle? Would you care to accompany me? For a little while, at least.
Excuse me?
It's not a joke. I'm serious.
This guy, what's he up to? Is he going to pretend to work together, then attack me when my guard is down?
Don't worry, I won't attack you during our adventure. Grovyle, you're certainly cautious. From the moment you heard my proposal, I suspect you were already starting to be wary. Given my current condition and your understandable wariness, I would fare poorly against you. Additionally, I want to know, why did the Sableye attack me? We'll be stronger if we team up. We can make it through dungeons faster. The Pokémon in the dungeons are affected by the darkness. I think you've seen how they've become more and more vicious. You are intelligent enough to see the merit in banding together.
I know how strong this guy is. There are advantages to adventuring with him. I can't figure out what Dusknoir is thinking, but I think teaming up with him will be okay for now. Understood. Let's go. However, don't try anything funny, because I will beat you down immediately if you do.
Humph, as you like. Let's go.
Once we're through this wasteland, we should be close to Temporal Tower. Let's get a move on.
Compose yourself. We need to prepare before we go. If you rush too much, you'll fail. Keep a leash on your impatience.
Huh. Don't boss me around, Dusknoir. You're not my dad.
So, what do we have? Will-O-Wisp is just burn, right? Yeah. That's not particularly useful. Oh, I cannot deactivate moves from here, apparently. Okay. We can access our storage. That's fantastic. Alright, then, in that case. Sure, let's get a defense thingy. Another apple. Another berry. Heal seed. I suppose another reviver seed. And a max elixir. Alright. And we save. And keep on going. Well, we got protected against the poison, that's nice. But now I will. I'm supposed to give this to Dusknoir. Turn this off. Shadow Sneak. What is this? Damage on a target up to 2 tiles away. Okay. Goes to physical. Shadow Punch. It never misses. Alright. And an Ice Punch. It's fine. That sure is one long ass path just to a dead way. Alright.
Looks like Rovile hasn't arrived yet. I'll run and report to the Master Dialga. Rovile! Master Dusknoir!
There's something I want to ask. Sorry, but you have to come with me. Hey, tell me, you're not after only me anymore. You're also attacking Dusknoir, right? What's the deal?
That's...
You're a Sableye. Will you not follow my orders? Bring this to mind. You know what happens when I'm displeased.
I'll talk! We don't want it to do either. Honestly. To attack Master Dusknoir, it's just... It's the truth. Please believe me.
Then why did you attack?
We were ordered to. You had no choice.
By whom?
Master Dusknoir's replacement. Master Dialga's new henchman.
My replacement? A new henchman?
Yes. That's Master Dialga's direct subordinate now, instead of Master Dusknoir. The Pokémon that was selected is very resourceful, and that Pokémon will become the final agent, to be sent back to the past.
With resourceful, a final agent sent to the past. Dusknoir. That was who ordered you, wasn't it? The new henchman ordered you to attack me?
Yes. Master Dusknoir failed and is no longer needed, so we were told to eliminate him. We all disagreed and said we couldn't do that, but that's what the henchman commanded. The henchman said it wasn't his decision. It was an order from Master Dialga.
That fool, Master Dialga, eliminate me? Can you believe it? Something like that. Tell me, Sableye, that henchman, the new henchman. Who is it anyway?
That's something I can't say. Forgive me.
No way. Say it. Tell me.
I'm not telling. If I told you, I don't know what would happen to us. So please don't make me tell you that.
Blast.
Wah! Wah!
Master Dialga wants me eliminated. Master Dialga. Me. Dusknoir. Groval, I know what you're thinking right now. You think me pathetic. Me. Laugh. Go ahead and laugh. Betrayed, thrown aside.
Humph. Laugh or do what you like. It doesn't matter to me, Dusknoir. What I'm really concerned about is the new henchman. A resourceful Pokémon as a final agent. What kind of Pokémon is that henchman anyway? I've got a bad feeling about this. We should really hurry to Temporal Tower.
The only way left for me to go is... I've got no choice but to go to Temporal Tower, where Master Dialga really said to eliminate... Whether Master Dialga really said to eliminate me or not, I can't be sure either way. I have to go to Temporal Tower too. I have to know Master Dialga's true intentions. Let's go.
For now, fighting alongside him is reassuring. However, Dusknoir still looks up to Dialga. That hasn't changed. Now when we meet Dialga at the Temporal Tower, Dusknoir will probably side with Dialga. Then I'll have to take on Dialga and Dusknoir by myself. Well, that's not just them. And there's also Dialga's new henchman, so I'll have to fight 3 enemies. Can I do that? All those opponents, by myself.
What's wrong? Aren't you going?
When the time comes, I'll be ready. I've decided to go. I'm just getting myself psyched up. Let's go.
We are here. This is the entrance to Temporal Tower.
Temporal Tower, huh? Oh, it's the good music again, oh yeah. Now that you mention it, in the past, Mink and Relaxbro are also climbing up Temporal Tower, I expect. Mink, Relaxbro, do your best. I believe in you. The rest is up to you. In this world, I'll do everything I can together for the future.
Safeguard. Don't know what that one is. Oh, there might be work. Yep. Okay, I will go into break mode, do some work for about 15 minutes. I will be back after that. Hey there, and welcome to my tutorial about how to draw cats in various emotional states. This is part of a series and I highly recommend that you have watched the first video where I explain all the basics to you. Therefore I already have all the drawings prepared beforehand because it's not necessary to draw every single cat from scratch. So the plan is that I will show you 5 different categories, starting from the most intense ones and then calming down until we get to the relaxed state. Starting of course with an angry cat. So I have a list of various different attributes that I will go through for every single emotional state, and I will point out the differences. Starting of course with the eyes, which are normally widely opened and dilated. In this example here they are more narrowed down because this cat currently is hissing, and this is what the eyes normally do. In order to draw a cat with an open mouth, you at first have to imagine a hinge further at the back that moves the lower jaw. Then you draw sort of an S shape, starting from the front of the mouth and going down until it touches the lower jaw. And then just go straight forward with the chin being very small.
a thing that is very typical would be also the tongue, because I've noticed that they are curving the tongue together in sort of a U shape with the tip flattened. And so if you draw a hissing cat, make sure that its tongue, the middle part of the tongue, is standing up. Additionally, it has a lot of folds around the nose and the eyes, which emphasize this angry look. Well then, let's continue with the list. Next of all would be the ears, which are bent backwards and also are flattened. The whiskers are also bent backwards, which you can see much better in the full version of this drawing. The fur is standing up and it looks quite puffy, especially around the back and the tail. What are you doing? As for other spots on their body, you cannot see it that clearly though. The tail is very close to the body and the head is lower than the back. As for its stance, this particular one is very typical with the arched back, and also the tail actually points away at first a little bit and then curves around like so. It's not just straight down. What's very typical is that the legs are stretched out and very tense, and also it does very little movements. Some additional things that you would not be really able to see in a drawing would be the sounds. It could reach from no sound to plaintive meowing, not the cute kind of meowing, but it's definitely complaining, to growling, and also, which you can see here, hissing. And the breathing would be normally very fast. The next one is going to be the frightened emotional state. And this cat here is actually hissing at the scared cat. Maybe the right cat has invaded the left cat's territory? Well, it definitely is not too happy about its presence, that's for sure. Well, going through the list again, first of all, the eyes are very widely opened and dilated. What the heck are you doing? The ears are flattened and bent backwards, as are the whiskers again, which you can see here in this final version much better. The fur is also very puffy and the hair is standing up, especially around the back and the tail. The tail is curled close to the body, maybe between the legs or next to them. So far very similar to an angry cat, but there are some strong differences. First of all, it's holding its head very low, and also it does the same with its whole body. Its whole stance is very low, almost crouching or crawling in a way. It could also be shaking, and normally it does very little motion. Its aim is to look submissive and not threatening, different to an angry cat, which tries to look intimidating. You might think that this cat is kind of awkward because it's looking somewhere completely different. Normally when they want to avoid conflict, they are not establishing eye contact with the other cat. When cats look at each other's eyes in these kind of tense situations, it's more of a contest of endurance. Whichever cat will break the eye contact will show weakness. And that's why I chose this kind of pose. Well, to finish up the list again, the breathing would be very fast, and there would be no sound to plaintive meowing to growling. Cats could also be both, being angry and scared. And so, even although it looks very frightened, it could also attack in order to defend itself. And therefore, something like growling is definitely a sign that you should take serious. The next category would be tense to anxious. You might have already seen this particular drawing in my tutorial about how to draw cats in typical poses. First of all, the eyes are wide opened again. The pupils can be normal or dilated, depends on the situation. The ears are pointing up, facing forward or backwards, or also could be flattened if they feel more anxious. The whiskers could be neutral or also bent backwards, depending on how anxious they feel. The fur would normally be not puffed up, at least yet, although there could be some exceptions. The tail is very close to the body and curved forward, and might be twitching, which is an indicator that the cat is not really feeling comfortable. The head is very close to the body and about the same height as the back. And as for its stance, the rule goes that it's ready to escape at any moment. From this particular sitting position, for example, it would be able to stand up or even jump away very quickly. Another thing that seems to be very typical when they're standing is that the back part of their body would be lower than the front part. As for sounds, there could be no sounds, to plaintive meowing, to growling. And the breathing would go from normal to fast. Alright, the next category would be attentive or alerted, which can cover all sorts of different situations, from where it's begging for food, or playing around, or being curious. These drawings again have also been shown in different cat tutorials of mine. So going through the list again, first of all the eyes are super wide open, trying to see everything around them, and the pupils could be normal or dilated depending on the situations. When they're for example playing around, then their eyes are often quite big and dilated. As for the ears, well, we can't really look at this example because this is a Scottish fold, but normally they're upright and tall. The whiskers are this time pushed forwards like so. The hair is normally not standing up, although I know some cats that get puffy very easily whenever they are excited. So also when they're playing around and stuff like that. So yeah, there are some exceptions. The tail could be curved down or maybe upwards, being happy and excited, and might be a little bit twitching, but not as an indicator for them being uncomfortable. The head is held very high, being able to see everything around them and being super assertive. And the stance could be all sorts of things, as long as it's not a stance that I've shown you as for like scared or angry, and also not too relaxed, so it's not just laying down on the side or stuff like that. It makes no sounds or might be meowing, which is more of a happy and cute kind of meowing this time. And the breathing would be normal most of the time. We are calming down, there is no tense situation whatsoever, no dangers, we can just relax. And so here are some examples that are also shown in other videos once again. First of all, the eyes are very narrow, it could be even tired looking, and the blinking is very slow. The ears are also relaxed and just in their neutral position. The whiskers are loose, normally just hanging down. As for the fur, there's of course no reason to get puffy. The head is not in particular held very high or low or anything like that. As for its stance, it could be laying down, maybe even exposing its belly if it really feels comfortable. Or just sitting there, might be walking, but then it would walk very slowly. In general, it's moving very slowly. As for sounds, there could be no sounds to little tiny meowing and purring, of course. And the breathing would be very slow and relaxed. Although my cat Hoko is a bit weird in this regard whenever she purrs, even though she is super relaxed and everything. First of all, it's incredibly loud, but also her breathing is really quick, like and I'm not exaggerating, it's really ridiculously quick like that, where I actually worried that she might be hyperventilating. She is fine. She is actually fine, but it's just ridiculous. Anyways, we are done now. We went through the list for every single category and now we know much more about how cats express their emotions. Of course, 5 categories is oversimplified and cats are much more complex than that. And especially when they interact with each other, it just really depends on the situation for how they behave. However, this basic knowledge still might help you out drawing cats in different emotional states. Well, at least I hope so. Thank you so much for watching, and as always, if you have any questions or constructive feedback for me, then you can always let me know in the comment section. If you want to support me and this show, then additional to simply watching and kindly sharing my videos, you could also support me on Patreon, for which I would be immensely thankful. Of course, only do it if you're sure that you can afford it, of course. Alright then, have fun drawing! Hey there, and welcome to my tutorial about how to draw or paint oak trees. These might be the most standard trees you could think of, but they're not boring at all, quite the contrary. You can do so many different things with them, it's really a lot of fun. I'm mainly focused on the white oak, or Quercus alba in Latin, because there were 600 different oak species and I cannot possibly cover all of them, of course. If you want to paint a different kind of oak tree, you can still apply most of the techniques that I show you in this video, and you just have to figure out the differences. At first we're sketching out the trunk, and it comes in all sorts of shapes. It can be wider or more narrow, a bit warpy or just straight up. And then I'm sketching out the general shape of the tree, which is normally wider than tall. Of course there can be some exceptions. but for the most part, this would be the most basic form of an oak tree. Of course, it can also be a bit narrower, but it won't get too far away from the 1:1 ratio. However, it can be up to 50% wider than tall. So this kind of looks like a turnaround strawberry or peach of some sorts, with the edges being very smooth and round. It doesn't have a pointy top of some sorts. Also, the distance between the ground and the bottom of the foliage is normally very short. You can also bring in some asymmetry as long as it makes sense weight balance wise. And also you can divide the basic shape into several smaller ones, like so. Here's a sketch that I prepared beforehand to have something better looking, and yeah, I kept it very minimalistic. However, it is up to you how many details you put into your sketch. So the sketch will be erased, but the next step will remain. I'm already using some paint that will stay at the end, therefore I'm using this kind of very rough textured brush and only very lightly apply the pressure. And dropping in some random shapes in order to sketch out the leaf clusters. Now what are the leaf clusters? Well, the leaves are not distributed evenly, but are grouped together in these so-called clusters. And so I'm painting these random leaf clusters in all sorts of sizes and shapes. Of course, this shape should be still somewhat contained and shouldn't be like all crazy and wrinkly and whatnot and stringy. Like, this doesn't make sense. You also don't have to follow the guideline perfectly. You can paint outside or leave some gaps in between. It is completely up to you, and bring in some variety into your painting. You can see that I'm already using a very dark color, and so let me talk about that. It is highly recommended that you either start with the darkest or the brightest color at first and work yourself towards the other direction. It also depends on the tool you're using. If you're using watercolors, colored pencils, or pastel chalks, then normally the darkest colors are more dominant, and therefore it is better if you start with the brightest ones. But if you're using, for example, oil paints, you can do it the other way around, with the brighter color sticking to the darker one. And of course, if you're using digital media, then it is completely up to you. I personally like to start with the darkest color, because this way it is easier for me to get the shapes and the overall brightness right. And so let me show you what I already have prepared. There we go, this looks much better than what I was doing. And in general, this is how the tutorial will go. I will show you in between the steps what you need to do and all the techniques, and then when I'm done explaining, I show you the actual finished step. Not only is it more time efficient, but it also makes it easier for me to show you something that actually looks good. Also, let me say that I'm painting these leaves on one singular layer. I'm giving myself this limitation in order to get closer to traditional methods. This way I'm making sure that not only those that are using digital media can benefit from my videos, but everybody. In this next step we want to put down some actual color. I have a brush here that is very rough, like dropping a bunch of little dots in that should imitate the leaves. And for the foliage of oak trees, the leaves are not really orientated in any sort of special way. They're not like pointing up or just hanging down like so, but it's more random, and therefore we will just do some circular movements or just simply tap in here in order to get the right texture. But before we start to paint, we want to think about where the light comes from. In our case, it will be coming from the top left and slightly from the front. Therefore, the bottom right and the back part of the tree will be the darkest. So we want to basically focus for the most part on these parts. Just drop in a bunch of dark color. The darkest spots should be quite dense, but as we get closer and closer to the brighter areas, we just decrease the density to the point where we just straight up leave out the brightest clusters over here on this edge. So we fill out these leaf cluster shapes that we've sketched out before, and you can see we have some gaps in between those shapes. We want to fill out these gaps in between here too, but not completely, just partially. We want to keep the shape of these leaf clusters at least somewhat. Also, there can be holes here and there in the foliage because, again, the tree is not a perfect solid shape, but there are some spots here and there where you can actually look through.
One thing you also want to do at this stage is to plan out where you want to leave some holes in the front layer of the leaves.
What do I mean with that? Well, you can imagine that the leaves are separated into two layers. The back part, that is the furthest away from the viewer, and the front part, which is, well, closer. In our case, our front layer will be brighter than the back part. Therefore, if we plan out some holes in the front layer, we will straight up see the dark leaves in the background. So let's say we take this general area around here, and we want to make sure that there is enough dark paint and enough dense paint around here, because we will barely or not at all go back around this area to put down more color.
Alright. Let's get back to the game. Zubat. An epic Pokemon for this epic stage.
Yes.
Of course it floats. If it looks like it floats, it probably does. Great. Too many Pokemon in this room. Okay, this is getting annoying. Ouch. Okay. You're getting really annoying. Do I really have to heal here? Fine. Fine, I'll move towards you. My god. Just a little fucking magnetite. Also magnemite, not magnetite. Oh yeah, he died, so he got his PP back for the Shadow Sneak. At least there is that. Worse, huh? Hello, Miss Nutcase. How you doing? How's it going? And thank you. I'm currently playing a special episode. So this might be why it looks a bit different. Grinding away at work. I wish you all the good wishes for the grinds, so that it may be bearable. I'm doing alright, I'm doing alright. Already finished a couple of work tasks today. And I finished some... not finished, I fixed some bugs with OBS. Had to roll back on a previous version. We're almost at the pinnacle. And that's where Master Dialga is. Hey, Grobal, once we have arrived at the pinnacle, do you plan on fighting right away?
I don't know if it will be right away or not. The second I catch a whiff of trouble, I'm going to move in immediately to handle it.
But before that, could you give me a little time to talk to Master Dialga? I want to know Master Dialga's true intentions. Did I spray OBS with Raid? What? With Raid? Raid Shadow Legends?
No way. If you talk to Dialga.
Raid bug spray. Okay. I don't think we have a bug spray that's called Raid here. So that's why I didn't get it. But no, I did not spray anything. But I will remember that, perhaps, for the future.
No way. If you talk to Dialga, then you'll probably begin to side with Dialga. Besides, the new henchman will likely be there as well. And then it will be 3 on me. 3 on 1. Chances of me winning are slim to none.
At least, I don't plan on making friends with the new henchman. Fine, I won't fight by your side on the pinnacle. After you fight Mr. Dialga, And once you are defeated, I will ask Mr. Dialga. Do whatever you want. Oh, they're the bestest of buddies. You can definitely tell. UK is known to change names on... okay. Maybe it is known here under a different name. Who knows? Ah, lovely. Saracen? Also doesn't ring a bell. Sorry. But yeah, I really ought to remember to not update OBS unless it is really necessary. Probably should check out the settings, and there's probably some kind of setting that it disables the automatic reminders so that it doesn't go on my nerves anymore. And the version that I'm using right now is probably like almost a year old or something. But it still works fine, you know. As long as nothing is misfunctioning. It's totally fine. Well, that was the second time that I was protected against poison, so... Actually it's helpful to me, to some degree at least. Ouch. It's a magneton. Alright.
Alright. Made it through the dungeon.
What do you see over there at the pinnacle, Groval? What you see over there is the pinnacle.
Got it. Let's go. Nobody's here, huh?
That's very strange. Master Dialga is always over there.
Why isn't Dialga there now? Sableye said that Dialga would send a final agent. But to send another agent back to the past, I expected it would take an enormous amount of power. To generate that kind of power, Dialga would have to hold still for some time. I thought he was in Temporal Tower.
Your guess is correct. I thought so too. I thought so, that should be right. However, if he's going to send an agent back to the past, there's another method.
Back to the past? Another method?
That's right. If he needs to send the agent through time, Groval, you should know what method I'm talking about.
I should know what method? No, it can't be. The passage of time?
Yes, the passage of time. Rather than waiting for Master Dialga to regenerate, they will most likely look for Celebi and use the passage of time to send the agent back to the past. I'm sure of it. Master Dialga probably left here to catch Celebi.
Dialga left to catch Celebi? But I don't think it will be that easy to catch Celebi.
If it were just a Sableye, you'd be right. However, it is a different story if Master Dialga himself went to catch her. And that new henchman, I'm worried about their ability.
Dusk Forest. I always met Celebi in Dusk Forest.
Yes, indeed. Say peacock to that. Groval, no matter what she's up against Master Dialga, we're most likely already too late.
Shut up, Dusknoir. She wouldn't be caught that easily. That's right, Celebi's not weak, but, as Dusknoir said, she's up against Primal Dialga, and a resourceful new henchman too. The last time I fought Dusknoir in deep Dusk Forest, we weren't too far from here. I think Celebi would be on the lookout and would have left there by now. Celebi, I'm begging you, Keep yourself safe.
Oh my goodness. Alright. We have way too many apples. I don't think I need to take anything with me. And then I'll put this Dusknoir. This on me, and it's fine. Be safe. And let's go. More apples. Fantastic. Why am I getting so many apples? I'm confused. There we go. A new move? Detect. That doesn't sound very useful. Gives the user protect status. Okay. This is not what I expected under the name Detect. Does take damage from enemy attacks and moves, and is also protected from the effect of moves. Well, alright. In that case, let's replace it with something. Dig apparently cannot be replaced. I don't want to replace Leaf Blade though. Quick attack is also useful, and so is Absorb, so I would have replaced it with Dig, however. Having a healing move is always good. Leaf Blade is a good damage move, and this has distance. I suppose just should I forget it? Let's get rid of quick attack then. Because I still can throw items in order to attack them from a range. It's not that useful. Like this. Great. Are you kidding me? Just attack. And then you miss, of course you do. Oh god. Here, finally. Once again, the last room that I check, huh? Yep, the very last room. Great. Well, in that case... Alright, Black Swamp. Is Is this it, Grovel? The place you met Celebi?
Yeah, that's right.
It's quiet. Was she already captured? Was she already taken away? Or maybe she sensed danger and ran away from here. It's possible she outwitted them. Maybe she is still hiding somewhere nearby. Could be any one of those.
There's something strange about the air here. Celebi, she probably left already.
I knew it.
They brought me right into their trap. Dusknor, Dialga's new henchman, is just as crafty as wicked as you are.
I'm Master Dialga's only henchman. I can't allow anyone to take my place.
Here they come.
Alright. In this case, we're gonna dig. Of course you attack the one that has Protect on itself. Good job. Is everybody attacking him now because I have Detect activated? I hope not. This is not a good miss here. At least, yeah, okay. They also attack me, that's good. Why do I keep on missing? My luck is terrible here. The next reviver seed, fantastic. Oh my God. One down. Ah, not going great at all. Yep, already done. This is reset then. I'm gonna go fast forward mode. That was terrible luck. Oh, whoops. Just reset. Of course, I need to go over here. Like continue to play, but okay, that's what I needed to do. And some work. Popping in again. Yep. Okay, I will take care of it immediately then. So, we'll be back in about 15 minutes. Sorry about that.
Alright. So, you probably know that most artists use references. That means that they didn't come up with their idea completely by themselves, but their work is based on something else. There is still a relatively widespread discussion going on about whether or not that is okay. Now, you already saw how long this video is, so you probably guessed already that I won't answer this question with a simple yes or no. There are a lot of factors that come into play, and it really depends on the circumstances. For the most part, I will give examples in the area of visual arts, like drawing and painting, because that's what I do. However, a lot of the aspects that are going to be explained in this video also apply to other kind of creative works. At this point, I want to add a disclaimer that this topic is fairly subjective. Rather than treating this video as absolute fact, let it be just thought and discussion inducing. So I would like to give you a definition, my own definition, of what using references as an artist means. One of the main points that I want to get across, among several others, is that technically you always use references when making something, whether you realize it or not. To explain this, I'm going to use a scale, which I call the directness scale. By the way, I suck at naming things, but oh well. So basically, how directly you are using references. It will become clearer as I place examples on the scale. The scale goes from low to high. Let's start at the high end. It would be, for example, tracing references or making copies of it. If you use references by just looking at them, for instance a photo or somebody else's artwork, objects that are placed right in front of you, 3D models, then you would be more around the center on the scale. There are many different ways to use references in that manner, but it isn't always just using Google image search. From what I have read, what most people mean by using references for making art is exactly that. You have something in front of you and you switch back and forth between looking at the reference and your artwork. Some people also include tracing and copying to that definition. I will refer to these methods as visual references, so something you actively look at. However, if you think about it, that's not a complete spectrum. Using your memory, for example, is also a way to use references. Instead of the image being right in front of you right now, the image is in your brain. That image, however, didn't come out of nowhere. For example, you attempt to draw a cat. You probably have seen many pictures, videos, and artworks of cats, and also real-life cats. All of that is stored in your memory, at varying detail, and then you recall these images when you draw. So you are referring to what you have seen in the past. The only difference is just the amount of time between you looking at the reference images and you drawing. If you have pictures of cats as references right in front of you, you still can't look at them and your drawing at the same time. Instead, you save those images that you saw just a few seconds or minutes ago in your short-term memory. If more time is in between, then you would recall them from your long-term memory. Something like that is hard to place on the scale though. It rather has its own range of directness and detail. Not only does it depend on that time gap, but also on how good your brain is at saving and recalling those images. Some people have problems remembering things, and some people have something you would call a photographic memory. So they just look at something once and then recall that image almost perfectly. A case like that would be placed much higher on.
Well, I'm already back because there was a technical issue and I had to return the task. Oh, it's annoying when that happens. This time I'm gonna start with detect. Probably smarter. And number 1 down. Good. One thing I should do is deactivate this here. The weakest move that he has. Then let's attack this guy. Fortunately not a kill, but he died eventually. Ouch. And there goes one reviver seed already. Let's kill this guy. Very good critical. Good crit. Love to see it. Alright. We have this in the bag. But my god, is he just stupid as hell, attacking those that have protect on constantly. Switch places. There we go. Wait.
Oh, you're squishing me.
Tell us, what happened to Celebi? Where's Dialga?
Master Dialga went off in pursuit of Celebi to Frozen Island.
Frozen Island?
That solitary island to the south of here. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. What?
Beat it. Frozen Island. Is it a different land?
That's right. We'll have to move across space.
How do we do that?
Don't worry. If we follow the cliff south from here, the Porygon there will send us across space. Let's go.
What is it?
Oh, it's nothing. It's just my arms. I feel like I've regained the strength in my arms.
Now that you mention it, early when he was pushing around the Sableye, that incredible power. There's no mistaking it. Dusknoir's power is growing stronger than ever before. I wonder if his wounds have significantly healed.
My strength. My strength is returning. This is the entrance to Spatial Cliffs. Once we pass through here, we'll come to the place where the Porygon live.
Celebi and Dialga have already gone to Frozen Island. Let's hurry.
Everything got grimified.
You.
I suppose this is fine. What's so special about those cliffs? I don't know. They are gray and boring as everything else around here. Work task. Yep, alright. I have to pause again. I'm sorry about that. We'll be back in 50 minutes. I hope this work task is gonna work properly this time. Alright then.
Hey there! In this video I'm going to show and explain to you how I drew this picture, plus some background info. I made it as the special drawing for my snow leopard tutorial. If you want to learn more about how to draw these beautiful wild cats, then you can watch that video too. The same goes for pine trees and this wolf Amaterasu. Alright then, let us start. At first I sketched out the background and environment. I know, the colors look atrocious, but during the sketch phase I care more about distinguishing the different elements with colors that have a high contrast from each other and a white background. The tree is supposed to be the main part of the picture and therefore is quite large. I wanted to give it those super exaggerated angles like some pine trees in Japanese gardens. And since the rocks are hard and the roots can't dig too deeply into them, they are growing mostly on the outside. Second would be the stairs, and then the mountains in the background. The general idea of the style of this picture was definitely based on traditional Japanese ink washing paintings, sumi-e. The basic pose of the snow leopard is supposed to be relaxed, just lounging around on the tree. Amaterasu and this lady, Masei Anella, on the other side are walking up the stairs and looking towards the snow leopard as if they just noticed it. While I'm adding more details, I also include some whirlies, as I call them. I always love drawing these. And the game Okami, which this picture is also based on, has tons of those. I don't know, I just really like that kind of style. The tail especially is really exaggerated, because that's one of the most characteristic features of snow leopards. So this snow leopard is supposed to be a so-called celestial brush goddess. In the game, they are there to teach you new brush techniques, new abilities to further progress through the game. I'll talk more about my brush technique idea later. Let's focus on her design for now. These gods are all white and have red markings on them, like the wolf Amaterasu. So instead of the usual spots, I painted these red markings on her face, not all too different from Amaterasu. But I still wanted to have the normal pattern of rings and spots on her body. Making them all red would have been too much though, so I decided to make only one row red. And also some of the whirlies have been turned red. I tried to paint some large spots on the tail too, but later I scrapped that idea. Amaterasu has been drawn pretty much the same way as usual. Not all that different to my tutorial I made during the first year of my YouTube show in 2016. Gosh, it already has been more than 4 years since I started. Well, I still enjoy drawing Amaterasu just as much as I did back then. And Okami is still one of my absolute favorite games. Next up is the person I made this fan art for, Masei Anella. So why did I choose to make this for her? Well, I am a fan of her gaming content on YouTube and Twitch. Not that long ago she made a playthrough of Okami, which is also one of her absolute favorite games. So I thought that this would be very fitting. By the way, she is a really good artist too. You should definitely check out her drawings, especially if you're into video games and animes. Oh, and recently she got a bird. Her name is Mifa, based on the Zelda game Breath of the Wild. That little feathery friend is super cute, and I remembered from the streams that she likes sitting on Masei's head. Masei's outfit in this drawing is in a traditional Japanese style. She wears a hakama and a haori. Now I'm getting to the outlining, and for that I got myself a couple of really neat brushes that simulate the texture of Japanese calligraphy brushes pretty well. I'm mixing a more solid brush with some that are very rough looking. Also, the way I handle those brushes is different from how I usually do the outlining. Normally I kind of paint the outlines, doing small strokes and making small adjustments. Here in this case I try to do long strokes and vary the pressure as I move the pen. The aim is to simulate the look of traditional brush strokes, which would be physically drawn in a similar way. Also, I kind of enjoy drawing like that. It has more of a fluid feeling to it. Well, ignoring the part where I repeat the same lines multiple times, over and over again. I say it so often, but oh dear, I love having the option to undo steps. If I would do this picture with actual brushes and ink, it would look so much worse. I totally admit that. One thing that is a bit harder for me to simulate is the drying out behavior of a traditional brush. You know, when you make a stroke and run out of ink if you go for long enough. Even when I try to adjust it later and make the strokes fade out, it's just not the same. For solid color strokes, those brushes are fine though. Maybe I will find a way to simulate that effect in the brush settings, who knows. For painting the needles of the pine tree, I pretty much just used the same techniques as I did back then for my tutorial. I could have experimented a little bit more with other kinds of brushes and styles maybe, but meh, I just felt like sticking to what I already know. The clusters were slightly painted in a way so that they follow the view angle. The lower ones show mostly the top, since we look at them from above, while for the upper ones you can see the underside much clearer. You can especially notice that when looking at the branches and how much they are blocked by the needle clusters. The order in which I color and outline varies for the different parts of the picture. The characters are getting the lines at first, and then I make a base color layer in a color that contrasts both white and black very well, turn it into white and paint the actual colors on top of it. But for the tree I just straight up applied the paint at first, and the outlines will be added later. It works with the tree because I don't have to be precise with the lines. It's more about the general form, rather than details. If I would start with the paint for the characters at first, I would still have to be precise with it in order to make it look good. And I'm simply not very familiar with that way of painting. Next up I'm painting the rocks, and for the most part I don't really know what I'm doing. Learning how to draw or paint rocks is pretty high up on my list. I definitely want to make a tutorial about that topic relatively soon. The lines for the tree were drawn very whimsical, like the paint itself. And of course I had to add some of my beloved whirlies. As the branches get thinner and thinner, so do the lines. And most of the thinnest branches have no dark lines at all. That way the small branches don't stick out too much and still retain the brown base color. Just like with the rocks, I also have barely any sort of initial plan for painting the snow on top of them. Tried out a bunch of brushes and honestly I wasn't all too happy with any of them. So in the end I used several ones. Some for applying more texture and some for opaque paint. By the way, I set the background to this kind of old paper color already so that I can distinguish it from the white snow. And yeah, painting the snow took me a really long time too. I gotta find a more efficient way. Some snow on the wooden parts of the tree too, of course. It is actually a neat way to make the tree look more three-dimensional. You follow the perspective and the curvature of the branches, painting the snow only on the top. The small branches have barely to no snow on them. Not only because they are so narrow, but also because they are mostly covered by the needle clusters. Now one of the really fun parts, painting the texture of the tree trunk and larger branches. I added more of that whimsical look, making it wind around a lot, included some whirlies here and there, and not worrying all too much about making it look realistic. Just one thing I had to be careful about was to properly follow the curvature of the trunk and branches. I needed to do quite a lot of adjustments to the snow on the tree so that it doesn't look just glued on. For the stairs, I utilized the perspective ruler of Clip Studio Paint so that I could draw the vertical and horizontal lines quickly and comfortably. I also made sure to make the stairs follow the rules of perspective 2, making the top side progressively narrower and the overall sides of the steps smaller the further back they are. I didn't worry too much about being super accurate about it though, it doesn't have to be perfect. Working on the rest of the rocks and the snow on top of them. Everything has to be snowy because we are high up in the mountains after all. The place is supposed to represent the Himalayas, one of the snow leopards' natural habitats. In the Himalayas, they are usually found between 3 to 5.4 kilometers above sea level. Certain trees are still found even above 4 kilometers altitude. However, this picture here is supposed to be really high up. Definitely over 5 kilometers, maybe over 6 even. So this pine tree is supposed to be really special. Okay, so I added a texture layer and started working on the colors of Mifa and Masei. Mostly I just wanted to make sure that the colors go well with Mifa's pink feathers. That's why Masei wears red. I also added this crest on her sleeve. Originally I wanted to include a logo or something like that of hers. However, I think she doesn't really have such a thing. She normally has her chibi self on her profile pictures, and she also uses a banana bunch, but as far as I understand it, it's supposed to represent her subscribers or general audience on Twitch. So instead, I designed this heart-formed crest that actually spells out her initials, M and A for Masei Anella. I really like that idea and I think it suits her well. Other than using it for the drawing here, I'm not planning on doing anything else with it. But if Masei maybe wants to adopt that idea in some kind of way, she is more than welcome to do so. Now we're getting to the shading and highlighting. I keep those relatively faint because I don't want to create too strong of a contrast for the colors. Multiply layers for the shading and glow dodge layers for the light reflections. There is not much to explain here, so let me tell you some more background info for this drawing. The game Okami plays in Japan, but my idea was that Amaterasu and Masei go on a journey to the Himalayas to find this elusive celestial brush goddess and learn a new technique from her. And the journey is definitely not a cakewalk for those two. Excuse me, for those three. Mifa is just as important, of course. Surviving in that harsh, freezing environment would be extremely difficult, obviously. But I imagine that Amaterasu is able to protect Masei and Mifa with her fire and wind powers, as long as they all stay close together, that is. But even Amaterasu has her limits. The brush technique that they are about to learn might help though. You gotta wait a little bit longer though in this video before I tell you more about that. Back to the drawing. I wanted to make sure that the snow looks extra glittery. Adding some drop shadows below the root for more three-dimensionality, and of course the snow gets some shading too. The foreground is mostly done, so let's get to the distant background. Once again, I barely had any prior experiences with painting mountains. But at least I knew a little bit from what Bob Ross has taught me, even though I am not working with oil paints here. I just painted the shadows all at a slanted angle and left the illuminated sides mostly blank. Added a lot of randomness to my brush strokes so that I give the mountains plenty of texture. And then I let them fade out at the bottoms to indicate some clouds or fog. I actually was fairly happy with how the mountains looked like already, but of course they also had to have snow on them. took me quite a while because I wanted to make sure that I still retain some of the shadows and also add a lot of texture. Well, at least in the end I'm happy with how they turned out, even though they are just some faint background. Doing some calligraphy now. Well, not quite. It's more like slowly painting those kanjis. By using the new brushes, I tried my best to create the illusion of continuous brush strokes drawn at variable speeds. I actually attempted to practice Japanese calligraphy for a couple of years in my past. However, I never really got good at it. It's way harder than it may seem, I can tell you. The first kanji here stands for warmth, and the second one for God or spirit. Together they would be probably pronounced as Atatakami. Please correct me if I'm wrong. And now this shape here is supposed to be the brush technique that I was talking about. My idea is that by encircling something twice in one brush stroke, you protect it from extremely cold environments. It is like the thick and fluffy coat of a snow leopard. I know that Amaterasu already has the ability to control flames, but first of all that requires a source of fire, and secondly it acts more like a short burst of heat rather than constant comfortable warmth. So for example, Amaterasu could use that new technique on Masei and Mifa, and both of them would have no problem withstanding the cold of the Himalayas anymore. I imagine it having some kind of time limit though. Amaterasu wouldn't have to be close to them so that they can keep the buff. But they shouldn't be separated for too long. Unless, of course, Masei is able to master the technique herself. I say she could absolutely do it. Well, to make the climb...
Alright, done. Let's continue. Alright, well. A reviver seed, very nice. Oh. Alright. Well then. Everybody. Fuck off. I will get some of those gummies though. And now I go away. There's not really that much of a point to beating them all, because experience doesn't really matter to me. This is a temporary mission, so whatever experience I get, I will not be able to keep for the rest of the game. Rep, rep, rep. Rep, rep, rep. Oh, delightful. It's all the way back up there. This is an annoying room outlay. Level layout. Outlay? My brain, please, come on. I feel like this is happening more and more often, that I just somehow switch the words in a completely weird way. My brain is starting to fail me. Shedinja. Oh yeah, that's the Pokemon that can only be hurt by moves that it is weak against, if I remember correctly. And this can work, but I think my grass type moves would not work against it. Shedinja is kind of weird. For example, there is a really hard... Okay, well, of course, just when I was about to start talking about something.
Alright, we've made it through the dungeon.
Master Dusknoir.
It's been a while. The reason I've come here, I bet you can guess at what I am going to request. At what? Huh? What is this? Grammar. What? Alright. There is a study that popped up that is really stupid, so let's remove that.
That's difficult. We're being held back by Sableye. And behind you, Master Dusknoir is...
Are you saying you won't listen to me?
We'll do it. This way, please. Well then, we'll transmit you to Frozen Island. Don't move.
We get to use the radio filter at some point too then.
This is...
Frozen Island. Before time stopped, it was called Blizzard Island. Now that the world has plunged into darkness, it's much more severe. It's become closed off.
So, where do we go then?
Okay.
What was that?
It's the Snow Runt. I believe they live around here.
Okay.
Hey, hey! Wait up a moment. I have something to ask you. I think you would have noticed if anyone other than us came around here recently. Did you see anyone?
Okay. Okay.
Every Pokemon can talk, but not those guys apparently.
If you have noticed anyone, anything at all, please tell me. It's really important. Did you understand any of that? Gwah! Bah! They're no help. They're just teasing me.
The attitudes of the Pokemon living in this world of darkness are a bit warped. Growal, I suspect you know better than anyone else. I know I don't really know where it would be best to go. However, I believe if we follow the path that lies ahead of here, it would be best. I suspect the Zebleye will have laid other traps, so we should proceed with caution.
Yes, I see. However, the ones we met, if we see them again...
However, the Snowrunt could tease him like that. This guy, sometimes he can be so innocent. No, that's why his heart is not influenced by the power of darkness. So many warp orbs. Warp orbs, warp orbs. Right. Save. And off we go. Good job, you lost your item. Again. Gengar. Hello there. We've climbed pretty far. We will reach peak soon. The peak soon, it seems. Yes, however, I don't know what lies ahead of us. Be prepared. On we go. Oh. Oh, work? Yep. Let me play a few more levels. Several food items went bad. Fantastic. Oh, grimy and stinky. You. Hello, Wisteria, with the 7-stream streak. My goodness. I very much appreciate it that you're sticking around so consistently. And how are you doing? As you can see, I'm currently playing this special episode. It's a lot of dungeons in a row. On your way home from work. That's good, that's good. Hope you had a good work day. let me pause right here because I have to do my work task. Sorry for the cliffhanger. But well, I'm gonna be back in about 15 minutes.
Clouds come in a vast variety of different shapes and types. From wispy thin clouds high up in the sky, to enormous looking towers, to white blankets as far as you can see, to some quite peculiar looking shapes. There is a lot to consider when you want to draw or paint them, and I will do my best to give you a good overview. there, and welcome to my cloud tutorial. I'm eager to teach you lots of useful techniques and fascinating facts. This is one of the most extensive videos that I made so far, but do not be intimidated. I will make sure that everything is still easy to understand. I also encourage you to not skip ahead too much. Some things that I explain will be relevant in later parts of the video. Alright, let's actually start drawing. Thank you. So when people draw clouds without having any broader knowledge or skills, they usually draw something like this round, puffy shape. Especially kids draw them this way. However, clouds are more complex than that. Even cumulus clouds, which is what this cloud is supposed to be. So let's start with the sky colors. A sunny sky around noon is very simple to paint. You just make a gradient from a light to a darker sky blue. Of course, it can have all sorts of other colors too, but I'll talk about it more in a future video. Keep in mind that if you use certain traditional tools like colored pencils, watercolors or the like, you would have to leave out a blank spot where you want to paint the cloud in. Or you paint the cloud at first and add the sky colors in later. First of all, you need to have an idea where the light comes from. Let's say in this case it comes from the upper right corner and slightly from the front. And the view angle is slightly from below, mostly from the side. Then draw a sketch to establish the shape you want to go for. This is optional, but I can recommend it. Just some round, quick lines. Make it look puffy, so avoid too many sharp corners. And the bottom should be a bit flatter. You can also plan out parts of the cloud that should stick out, like in the middle of the cloud, or shift parts at the edge further to the front or back. Time to fill in the sketch we made with an opaque textured brush. I'm not perfectly following the sketch lines, but I add some randomness. Having tools with good cloud-like textures is incredibly helpful here. I'm using white, so the brightest color of this palette. My palette is just a gradient of gray tones with a hint of blue in it. That palette can vary though. I obviously use digital tools here, but a lot of the techniques I'll show are also applicable to traditional tools. For now, I will ignore the bottom of the cloud, we'll get to it later. And then take a soft brush and paint in a lighter gray. You can outline the parts that are closer to the viewer and leave them brighter than the parts that are further behind. Once all the main shapes have been established, erase or turn off the sketch lines. I said that the light comes from the right, so the left parts are darker. The leftmost corner can be fully filled in. Work with circular movements and imagine the cloud being made of lots of various ball shapes. If you would draw a sphere with that light angle, then you'd add in the shades like this. And that is what I mostly do here, but just with more randomness. The shading decides which parts are more at the front. Let's take this shape here. When I extend the shade towards the right, continuing this wide edge here, then it looks like the left part is at the front. But if I extend the shade to the left, then the right part gets moved to the front. If you have the possibility to switch between bright and dark colors, use it. That way you can create shapes and push them to the front or back, however you like. Also, mix in some faint texture here and there to make it look less flat. What I like to do is to roughly paint in some darker color, switch to the brighter color again, and paint some round shapes over it. You don't have to be accurate here. Unless you work with tools that don't really allow you to make adjustments later, then you'd have to plan things out more carefully. Pick a darker color and increase the contrast for some shadow areas, especially for the dents and parts that are blocked by other parts of the cloud. You can use them to give certain shapes more definition, or to push shapes more to the front or back. You want to give your cloud layers and avoid that it looks flat. This looks pretty messy, so let's clean things up. You can smudge to even out some of the shades, and push the existing colors. Use a more opaque textured brush to give some of the edges more definition. Do not be afraid to create sharp contrasts when needed.
It's good to have a mix of soft and bold shapes. Go and just play around and see what looks nice. Take a step back every now and then to see the cloud as a whole and not get too focused on small details. Also add some little fluffy bits close to the edges. Clouds aren't always just one solid form. Let's take a very dark color and work on the bottom of the cloud. I paint in these streaks and define how large these bottom areas should be. This part, for example, is closer to the front, and so the shadow extends more upwards. Make them fairly flat, not completely though, otherwise it would look unnatural. For some areas you can go even darker. Then smudge and blend to fuse it with the rest of the cloud. Push some of the dark colors up, and vice versa. It's okay if it looks quite smudgy and blurred. Now give me a moment to polish up this painting. As you were able to see, I constantly switched between colors and tools and experimented around with textures and shading. I normally don't have a predefined plan in my head, but I just go and see what I will end up with. Keep in mind that this was just my personal way of painting cumulus clouds. There are many other possible ways and they're all valid. Perhaps I was able to give you a better idea of what kind of techniques you want to go for. Well, there is another very useful, almost essential tool that I'm using, and so do many professionals. References. In the form of pictures, videos, or you sitting outside and looking at the clouds in the sky. It is impossible to memorize every cloud shape and formation. Even for just one cloud type, like cumulus clouds, it would be way too much. There is no shame in using references. Alright, now here are some prepared examples, a couple of cumulus clouds that I painted for my studies. At first these four, with the light coming from the front right. I especially like the form of the second one. These dark shadows make the cloud extra tall looking and gives it more character. Then somewhere the light comes more from the side. Notice that the shadows don't simply go through the middle, but are shifted in all sorts of ways to give the clouds their shape. And in these examples the light comes from behind. That can be one of the cases where it might be better to start with the darkest colors and add the bright ones later to kind of outline the shapes. So to give you an even better understanding of how the shadows change with different light angles, I made this simple 3D model in Blender. It's not particularly realistic looking, I know. There's only so much I can do with my very limited modeling skills, but it is enough to get the point across. I made this because I cannot just move the sun around to get a different light angle on a real-life cloud, but in a 3D modeling software I can move the sun wherever I want, whenever I want. With every frame the light moves around the cloud, as the vertical angle also slowly moves down and then up again. I made sure that the cloud isn't shaped too uniformly so that we get all sorts of shadow formations. Especially interesting parts are the dent at the top, the bit at the right, or the bottom of the cloud. It shows very well that parts of the cloud can cast drop shadows on itself. Also, pay attention to the bottom of the cloud as I further lower the height of the light source. As you can see, it gets brighter and brighter. So the bottom of the cloud is in fact not always dark. At very low light angles, those bottom areas can also get illuminated. Now in real life it would mean that it is sunrise or sunset, so the colors would get very different. Again, this is just a strongly simplified example. Next up I want to explain how cumulus clouds actually form. Yes, this will be a small science lecture now, but no worries, I'll keep it as short and simple as possible. I am convinced that when you have a basic understanding of how the thing you're drawing actually works, you will have an easier time illustrating it. Also, it's fascinating to learn. Alright, so we're starting with the ground. It has all sorts of stuff on it. Forests, fields, houses, streets, hills, water, and so on. All of those areas absorb the sun rays differently, and therefore heat up differently. And as a result, the air above the ground warms up unevenly too.
Now, if you have a volume of air that is warmer than its surroundings, it will rise up. That is one of the important basic rules. So that package of air goes up and up, and it loses heat over time because that heat slowly disperses into the cooler surroundings. Another thing happens though. The higher we go up, the colder the surrounding air is. You are familiar with that effect. The air high up in the mountains is much colder than at sea level. So this fact actually helps the package of warm air to rise further. It just needs to be warmer than the rest of the air. So far I haven't even talked about water yet, but you see, the warm air also carried some water with it. In this illustration, the water looks like a blob, but it is actually gaseous and scattered across the whole volume. Drawing it like this just makes it easier to understand. Now here's the thing, a volume of air can carry only a certain amount of water at most. If it exceeds that amount, then it needs to get rid of some water, and that maximum amount depends on the temperature of the air. The colder the air is, the less water it can carry. This rule is super important. Its water capacity shrinks as it cools down, and the opposite applies too. When air warms up, it can carry more water. And this can keep on happening until the capacity is the same as the amount of water it carries. It is full now, so it needs to get rid of some water. But where to? We are high above the ground. Well, there is stuff that we humans cannot see. Dust, pollen, ash, sand, and all sorts of other tiny particles. The water will simply cling on those and become fluid. It condensates. Very small droplets are flying around in the air now, and that is exactly what we can see. That is what we call a cloud. We can see those tiny droplets because they are large enough to scatter the sunlight into all directions, and they appear white simply because the sunlight is white. And, well, that process can keep on going and going until the air package has reached the same temperature as the surroundings. This is how cumulus clouds can form. If you know these basics, then you will have an easier time understanding other cloud types. There are lots of other factors that directly or indirectly influence these processes, like mountains for example that force the air to rise up and drop down again. But let's not make this too complicated. I'm only explaining the very basics and encourage you to learn more about clouds afterwards. Now that you know how these clouds are made, let's watch some time-lapse videos of the process happening in real life. Special thanks to Dr. Mel Strong for permitting me to show these videos. You can find more on his YouTube channel, together with a very good scientific lecture series about weather and climate. It helped me a lot to better understand clouds and all sorts of mechanisms related to them. So here you can see the cumulus clouds popping up in the sky, growing, and eventually dispersing again. Some of them don't get very big, and others keep on growing and form these big towers. When the cloud's lifespan ends, it scatters into these fuzzy bits before it completely disappears. Also, look at what height level these clouds are at. Especially the flat bottoms, they are about the same height, not exactly the same of course, but they are not scattered all over the place. Also, the wind makes these clouds move across the sky even while they're still growing. Air doesn't only rise up perfectly straight, like in my simple illustrations. Pay attention to the shadows too. If you're having problems understanding how clouds are shaped in still images, then these kinds of videos will give you a much better idea. I could stay here and look at this forever. It's so mesmerizing. But we gotta move on. Next up I want to show you some artworks I made with various view angles and daytimes. These are important factors too after all. Let's go high up in the skies and look at the cumulus clouds from above. You can't see the bottom of the clouds, and now you more so need to think about how wide they are, rather than their height. If you make an image with that kind of view angle, adding some clouds here and there is a great tool for conveying the feeling that you are high up in the sky. The main object should not get too much blocked by them though. Here is another one, although in this artwork the clouds look quite warped. This was my attempt to imitate a fisheye lens image. Not the easiest I gotta say. Let's look at them from the opposite side, directly from below. Notice that they are significantly darker now. We mostly see the dark bottoms in this case. Also, keep in mind that perspective plays an important role too. Not only do the clouds that are further away get smaller on your canvas, but also the view angle changes. You can see that the clouds in the lower left corner are shown more from their side. Another example here, although this one is actually a reflection of the sky. Here I transitioned from a more random distribution in the lower part of the image to sort of a line structure the further away the clouds appear. By the way, a lot of these artworks are also available in my merch shop, and for some of them I actually made some music tracks for a cloud-themed album. They even have their own music videos where I show and explain the drawing process as a time-lapse. You are able to find all the relevant links down below in the description. Okay, let's take a look at different date times now. They have a huge influence on the colors and shadows of the clouds. First up, nighttime.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry, it took a little bit longer because I also had to write a feedback message. I wish I could rant about my work sometimes here, but I'm not allowed to talk about this stuff because, you know, NDAs. But my god, I can at least tell you that sometimes they are doing such bullshit and just create the dumbest kinds of work tasks where I'm just sitting there and ask myself, what the hell am I supposed to do here? What are you doing? But yeah, it's finished. I get paid. I told them some feedback. Are they gonna read it? Probably not. Anyways, let's continue. It seems like this is the pinnacle. Also, thank you, Natcase, for the welcome back. I appreciate that you're still sticking around. Okay, my controller. Hello. Am I still on the wrong thingy? No. Controller, hello. Let me plug it in then. Nope, no change. Hello? Why is my controller not reacting whatsoever? Okay, let me just reset my controller then. Nope, also doesn't work. Can I control the menu? Nope. Let me... Let's do this then. Now it works. That was weird. Just had to unplug and replug the dongle, the dingle dangle. Got the money and make me run for it. I wish, but I need to grab even more money, so I cannot really run away. Keeping you company while you're working? Yeah. I'm glad that I can give you company. Keep you company. That's the correct. Anyways. It looks like the trail heads down to the mountain from here. It should be much easier. Well, well, well. Grover, look out above you. What? Dusknor, you protected me? Why do you protect me? Oof. Are you alright? Never mind that. Look out. They're coming. These guys... Gladly. They have the power to do whatever they wish with eyes. But... A Gogigi! But looking at them, they seem to be so influenced by the darkness that they've lost themselves. Seems like they've become more vicious. Humph. We're gonna have to try to take these guys out. I don't believe they're only these guys, Gruel. What? Whoa. What? Whoa. He's a mammoth swine. Among ice types, mammoth swine are said to be the strongest Pokemon. Oh really? The strongest among ice types. I know a few legendary Pokemon that would like to have a word with you. Just saying. Here they come. You've been given the most mind-numbing task at the moment because people cannot be held responsible in doing the job and remember important work even. Oh dear. You too then. Yeah, the work that I have to do is also just so mind-numbing and stupid. Well, you're not alone at least. Alright, we're gonna start with Detect. Okay, they are grouping around me, that's good. Let's take out this guy first. Also because he's ground type if I'm correct. So I can get some good damage in. And it's already done. Already, right? It's literally, remember next week this happens, and because they can't be trusted, you need to go through 400 people's profiles to add reminders. Oh boy, that sounds great. Oh, and Dusknoir is frozen. Oh, you useless guy sometimes. And he's getting pummeled by 2 of them. This is suboptimal, to say the least. We both are around halfway. Dusknoir even has less HP left. Using in a heal seed, well, it's not probably not gonna do much because he'll just get killed anyways. Because he hasn't killed any of the Glalie, so good job. I mean, I can just let him die and the Reviver Seed will bring him back. In the meantime, I'm just gonna focus on this guy. Let's just do that, because he's frozen, he's just useless. Let's just use up a Reviver Seed and be done with it. Oh, wait, they're not attacking? They're not attacking while he's frozen? There they go now. Well, I'm gonna switch places with him now. Apparently I can actually keep my Reviver Seed. It's nice. Unless I get frozen here. Protect. Well, in that case, guess what? Protect myself too. Sucker. I just googled, and in Gen 4, Mamoswine has the highest attack stat of any ice type, so technically it's the strongest ice type in that aspect. The ice legendaries up until this gen seems to be mostly defensive. Okay. Well, I can always count on you to look these kind of things up. Well, I guess it's interesting. And welcome home, Mysteria.
Hogiki! Whoa! Whoa!
Cookie!
Looks like we've driven them away. Gah! Oof! I turned into a goat. I think I was injured by that chunk of ice. Desknor, I think it would be smart if we hit for now. There's a crack in that ridge over there. Let's go. I think this should be fine. Even if the Seabelai come, they won't find us.
Yep, it's not like the crack is wide open.
Let's rest a while.
Ice turns you into a goat 100% legit, yep. That's how it works. Specifically in a hypno goat. Wait. Okay, I got that out of my system now.
We'll head out again after a short time.
Growal. I've noticed his amazing judgment and leadership ability. When he was working with Meg and Relaxbro, he made it through a lot of tough situations. However, his strength and endurance. He has a strong will and doesn't believe in failure. I wonder where all that came from. Let me just check my heated blanket. It's not running. There we go.
By the way, that time, when that chunk of ice started falling straight onto my head. Don't tell me you were trying to protect me.
It's a misunderstanding, Growell. It's not like I like you, Baka. Let's get this straight. I really despise you. I really didn't want to help you in any way or whatever. Still, I protected you. Because I believe in your strength right now or something like that. To take out that new henchman, yes.
Are you saying I should help you? To take down that new henchman, that is?
The new henchman is the final agent. Tsundere Pokémon? Seems like it. Even if I hadn't asked you, you were going to challenge him anyway, weren't you? In order to take on that new henchman, you and I should team up. Depending on the situation, we may need to defeat Master Dialga as well. That situation would be ideal for you, I believe.
How are your wounds from that chunk of ice?
They're nothing to worry about, and compared to earlier, I appear to have regained much of my strength. The damage I received from fighting you before is much more intense even now.
If you can come up with a load of complaints, if you can come up with a load of complaints like that, you must be fine. We'll head out in a little while.
But first, something I wanted to ask.
What is it?
Growile, you. Why do you fight so hard like this? Before you said it was for the future. You said you fight for a new life. But if you do, you'll disappear. Your existence will end. For me, that sort of thing, I cannot bear the idea. To make myself disappear, I will not allow it. With all that said, why do you fight so hard for such a goal?
Dusknoir, I understand that you don't want to disappear, but this is what I think. Even if we were to disappear, even if I were to disappear, I wouldn't truly disappear.
What?
Everything ends eventually. Even if history is not changed, even if the world of darkness continues in its current state, eventually the day will come when I won't be around here anymore. Since that's the case, the timing of it doesn't matter. The important thing is that not how long you live, it's what you accomplish with your life.
With your life? With your life, what do you accomplish?
While I live, I want to shine. I want to prove that I exist. If I could do something really important, that would definitely carry on into the future. No, not just into the future, Minx and Relax Bro's future too. My spirit has become part of them, I believe. In them, my spirit is alive. And that spirit could be passed along to others. And so, if I were to disappear, I think all that I have accomplished will go on. That would mean that it's living, right?
Even if I disappear, I still live on. My spirit is alive.
We've rested enough. Shall we go?
Reminder, this is a Pokémon game for kids.
Those ice pillars stand out in places. At the top of the pillars, there's something placed there. They're crackling with electricity. This is a strange place.
Gigi! Gigi!
It's... Who is it?
Relax. He's different from the ones we encountered before.
I know. I wasn't looking for revenge or anything. I want to talk to him.
It's useless to talk. All they can say is go and gi. Truly, I've no idea how they even communicate. You'll just end up with another painful experience.
But there's no trail, so we have no other way. Hey, you!
Gigi?
Wait! Don't run away. I just want to talk.
Gigi?
If you know, please tell me. Before us, did anyone come through here?
Oh, them!
Oh, wow, he can talk.
Yeah, I saw them. A bunch of scary-looking Pokémon went through here in a group. They were Sableye, I think.
Is that true?
Where did it go?
They went that way. They went to Icicle Forest.
Did you only see a Sableye?
No, it wasn't just Sableye. Now that you mention it, the Sableye were carrying a Pokémon. It was pink, and very pretty, that Pokémon.
Celebi! Celebi's already been captured.
Any other Pokémon? I believe there should have been a Pokémon that looked much stronger than the Sableye with them.
Let me see.
What? pillar's electricity
has gotten pretty intense.
Oh, hey!
It looks like it's calmed down.
Hey. What is with him all of a sudden?
At any rate, Celebi and the Sibyl should be up ahead. I couldn't get Snoran to confirm it, but there's a good chance that Master Dialga and his new henchman will be there.
Yeah, that was our first clue. We won't let them get away.
Focus, and let's go. Alright, and on we go. Chop me. Cinnamon. Hello, hello. Ah, goodness. How are you doing today? Double confused. Fantastic. Just waking up and making coffee. Waking up at this hour. Perfect hour to wake up, I would say. Good morning then. I hope you slept well. You actually did, and that's probably why it's now almost 19 o'clock. Well, the most important thing is that you got some good sleep. Kaboom! Will it hit it? Is gonna be floating? Of course. Every Pokemon has float. Or whatever it's called. Levitate, I think is actually the word. Looks like we made it through. I think the Sableye are up ahead. Let's proceed with caution. This is... It looks like the deepest part of this ice-covered forest. Over there, I can see a remarkably large ice pillar. There's a mysterious feeling in the air. Is that... EGAT. Professor EGAT? What? Grovite, look! Over there. Just past those 4 huge pillars. Can you see anything? Yes, I can. Looks like someone's lying there unconscious. Come on. This is... Celebi. This is totally not a trap, nope. Celebi, can you hear me? It's me, it's Grovile. Is someone holding you back? There's an odd keystone nearby. That means... Spiritomb. Spiritomb, you... Why have you done this to Celebi?
You're wrong.
Striking it for 3 consecutive streams. Oh my goodness.
This was not our doing.
Don't lie. Explain why Celebi is like this. You've done this to me before, so I know it's you. Besides, if you didn't do this to Celebi, then who else could have? What? What is this sensation? What? I don't understand why. Every nerve in my body is bristling. This is a bad sign. My instincts are screaming out that something's very wrong. But where's this feeling coming from?
You're wrong. Please believe us.
What is it trying to tell me? This overpowering sense of dread. What have I failed to understand? What am I
What am I wrong about?
Growell,
Celebi, you're awake.
you sure picked up a strange time to wake up. If we'd let you flee,
Let Celebi go, Spiritomb. If you won't let her go, I'll knock you out. Don't make me use force.
Don't come near.
What?
We did it. Yeah.
You. My strength. I'm losing my strength. This is.
Can we go now, right? We're all done here, so we'll just be in our way. But behind Growell is Dusknoir. We can go, right?
What? What are you saying?
Get hold of yourself, Spiritomb. Remain with us a little longer.
Dusknoir, you. What's going on?
Listen, Growell. Masadialga's new henchman. From the start, it was never revealed.
What?
Everything has gone according to my Keikaku. Keikaku means plan. This icicle forest is a special place. If you're hit by the electrical discharge of these ice pillars, your spirit will be melted away. It was surprisingly easy to get you to stand in the center of these 4 pillars. That's where the power is the most concentrated.
My spirit will be melted away.
My plan, elegant and useful. It's this. Growell, alert you here for this purpose. After your spirit has been melted away, I will use your body, and in your place I will return to the past.
What?
If Growell goes back to the past, Megan Relaxbro will be so incredibly happy, don't you agree? They won't be the slightest bit suspicious. They will accept you as their friend. Sadly, the 2 innocents will be unaware of one flaw in their happiness. The body will be Growell's, but the consciousness will be mine. Everything we've done has been in preparation for this. The new agent, in fact, Growell, it's you!
No, Dusknoir. This can't be real. I mean, when did you plan? I returned together to this world from the past. There wasn't any time when you could have told this plan to the Sableye. How did you... No, there was time. The time when you returned to this world. You saw the Sableye the first time. Sableye.
Wait, Growell.
They found me already. I've got to get out of here as fast as I can. But Dusknoir was still unconscious then. I thought I was the first of us to wake up. That was incorrect. It was the other way around. Dusknoir regained consciousness before I did. So he woke first and talked to the Sableye. This plan of his.
It's taken you long enough to catch on, Growell.
Ah!
Growell.
You've been in my way the entire time. And now your time is up. And when I inhabit your empty shell and return to the past, it will be child's play to take down Mink and relax, bro. Give up now and let your spirit be melted away.
Oh, was I too trusting? I thought I could, but I believed you.
That's right, Grovel. Your weak point is that you're too kind. I've said it before, allow me to repeat it for emphasis. I really despise you. Even when I shielded you, it was simply according to plan.
You coward.
You can babble whatever you like. In the end, you have lost. You've lost because you trusted me.
No, I don't believe that. I wasn't wrong. I still trust you.
Do my ears deceive me? You say that even after all I've done, you still have trust in me?
Yes. Despite that, I know what's in your heart, Dusknor. We had a moment of understanding.
Then, we had nothing of the kind.
Yes. I'm sure as can be. When we were on our adventure, when we were pressing on through the dungeons, surmounting all challenges, while you were behind me, at some point, I sensed that your feelings of hatred vanished.
What are you saying? That's impossible. I meant what I said, Baka. I despise you. It's all you sensed.
I remember more. I ask you to remember more carefully. It's not just something I sensed. I'm very cautious. And even with caution in place, while we were on this adventure together, I decided to trust you. Because I could sense your spirit, a spirit of loyalty. I could clearly sense your spirit, your shining spirit.
Shining. My spirit. Mine.
You've pledged loyalty to Primal Dialga. So you're trying to protect this world of darkness, but that just comes from the desire to not disappear. But really, for you most of all, is that enough to survive like this here? Is there any honest happiness in that for you? The meaning of life. Think of what it truly means to live, Dusknor.
What it truly means to live. My meaning.
While I live, I want to shine. I want to prove that I exist. If I could do something really important, it would definitely carry on into the future. No, not just into the future. In Minx and Relax Bro's future too. My spirit has become part of them, I believe. In them, my spirit is alive, and that spirit could be passed along others. And so, if I were to disappear, I think all that I've accomplished will go on. That is, that would mean that it's living, right?
Even if I disappear, I still live on. My spirit is alive. Even if I disappear, my spirit is alive.
Please remember, Dusknor. When I sensed in the dungeon that time, your shining spirit.
My spirit. There's nothing that shines like that. You're deluding yourself. Oh!
Master Dusknor, are you alright?
Shut up.
Wah!
Oh, am I? Has my spirit become a part of others' minds?
It's alive!
Then Groval's existence won't be. It's too late now. Oh!
Master Dusknoir!
Oh! Sableye! It's the same for you. Haven't you ever thought of the future or a new life? Giving into Primal Dialga and living your whole life in darkness. Is that truly what you want? Sableye, what does your heart tell you? Your sense of self-respect, where has it gone?
What?
The electric discharge is getting stronger. Can't hold on. My strength is trading away. If this goes on, Grovyle, Spirit Tomb. You can't let this happen. You can move, can't you? Do something. I cannot scream like that. It's no good. My vision, it's going white. My spirit, it's going to melt away. The consciousness is fading. Consciousness, my spirit, finally fading. Dusk. What?
Master Dusknoir! Master Dusknoir rescued Grovyle.
This is. Grovyle, are you right? Barely. Dusknoir, you saved me.
Wah!
Master Dialga. Whoa!
Master Dusknoir!
Whoa!
Master Dusknoir! Master Dusknoir! We must protect him! Let's go! Wah! Wah!
You.
Vincent Tingle!
Hello, hello. Just in time for this
Big event.
I don't even know.
You need to move. That body, it won't do what I tell it to.
Using free swipes on a steel type, stupid Sableye. Well, can't expect much from them. You just been to a friend's birthday, and you're deco made it. I guess that means that you're well fed. And perhaps tired. But I hope you had fun.
My paralysis is gone.
Oh, so much booze. Okay. Oh my god. Did you overdo it a little?
Stop. Don't, Celebi. What?
that?
If I remember right, that's called an aurora.
For that, let me... Or what I can actually do is show it off like this. There, you have it enlarged now. So pretty. Chio-chan's father would disapprove. I don't know whose father is that, but sure. Huh?
A wind. The wind has started blowing, and up in the sky there is an aurora. That means the sun, the air has started to move. The paralyzed planet has started to move again. Could it be history has finally changed? You did it, Mink. Relax, bro.
Azumanga Daioh? Am I meaning to tell you that? I suppose so, yes. I have not watched it. There are many animes and other things that I haven't watched. Despite the number of things that I did already watch. Good outing, new acquaintances, and some old connections renewed. That's good, that's good. Glad to hear that. Hello, Erinyan. Okay, that one I recognize. Well, let me just quickly look it up. I definitely haven't watched it, but maybe I know some memes or something. If I look at it. Ah, okay, yeah. That one. Yeah, I know some memes. I suppose I gotta watch it too at some point.
Gregory.
No, the Alga is doing the Gigigogo language. Okay.
Dialga. Purple Dialga has become more ferocious.
Master Tasknoir.
Don't worry. I'm fine. More importantly, Cena has gotten first place. And Vincenti has gotten second place. And, oh my god, third place. How'd you do that? I can now truly die in happiness.
That anime was a trip. Alright, I'll add it to my list. My list that is getting longer and longer. There we go. Make sure that open the tab somewhere else so that I remember at another point. There we go. Vincenti's mating call. Oh, okay, I see. Well, I trust Cena saying that.
Follow Master Dialga. The rest of you take care of Rowell and Celebi. Hurry.
I reminded you of the Bobo anime. Ah, yes. The Bobo anime. Is that actually the title of an anime? Speaking of anime, JJK? JJK. It's not JoJo. Jujutsu Kaisen. Yeah, there we go. Kaisen Season 3 started recently, and so far very well enjoying it. Nice. I've seen Netcase watching the trailer of it last time. And Netcase was very excited about it. I haven't watched Jujutsu Kaisen. I don't really want to watch a series that isn't finished yet. So I have heard good things about it, but I will wait and see. Yep, never watched whatever. I know it exists. Okay. Intense mustache and throw, if I may say so, the Bobo. And there's a link. I'm downloading the Bobo virus now. Okay. Well, the ratings aren't terrible. They're not super good either, but they're not terrible. And looks ridiculous from what I can see on the poster. Let me actually do this again real quick. There we go. Bobo is a man with the incredible power of hearing the voices of hair and using his own to fight. He uses his power to fight off the Margarita Empire and all of Emperor Tsuruina's minions. That one's difficult to pronounce. Who are stealing the hair of anyone they find to power up their emperor. Alright. You know, your average anime plotline. What do we have here? Martial arts, cross-dressing, guns, superpower, ensemble cast, surreal. We got everything. Alright. Hoo boy. 17 most popular in 2003. Okay. Well, this also exists. You have seen it. Does it make you a weeb? If you want to be a weeb, then sure. If this hasn't been recommended to you yet, I can recommend The Chorus Recoil. Oh my gosh. Alright, let's just... We are talking about anime right now, so... Licorice Recoil. Or Licorice, or however you pronounce it. Let me actually... There's the search thing over here. Okay, so in this layout I cannot search. Yeah, there we go. Alright. Action and slice of life. I suppose looks cool. for distances, the pickups, blah blah. And back to the Hypno Goat. Oh yeah, by the way, I fixed the alerts. I had to go back to an older version of OBS because they messed everything up with some kind of update, with update 31. And so Mix It Up got just completely confused because of it. Yeah, well, looks cool. Licorice recoil. It's an average anime, but it's ridiculous. Average in its ridiculousness, you mean? You're referring to Bobo. One of us. I ask that as if you don't have a MAL Kitsu anime tracking thing going on. And my anime list, yeah. Yes. I have a thing. It was a Girls with Guns anime. It looks like it, yes. There are girls. I see a gun, so at least gun singular. Girls plural. If they identify as girls. Who knows? Yes, it's slice of life with girls and guns, yes. I was reborn as a vending machine and I now wander the dungeon. Oh my goodness, what are animes even turning into nowadays? I've followed a little bit during your stream when you watched a bunch of trailers and my god. My goodness. I don't want to use the word, but I cringed a lot. I do have to say, it is so much is so cringeworthy. But oh well. You don't need help, you know. Oh, in that case. Girls training to stop crime, a bit of slice of life mixed with action battle. I see. Why not? At least you know what you're about, Nat.
Goats. All the goats.
And that looks gross when typed out. Goatses? Goaties. Goatses. I don't know what you refer to. What do you mean by that? Is some kind of lewd Finnish word or something? Your account is on Ani list too. I see. Last update 1 year ago. A goatsy. Please don't look it up. Goatsy. Isn't it some kind of beard? But sure, I won't look it up. If you say so, I trust you. No. It's really gross. Okay, I believe you. You probably know. And if it's like... yeah. Okay. Anyways. We delved into anime talk again. The next anime that I'm gonna watch is already decided. It's gonna be City the Animation. Because Vinsanti pointed it out last time. And I'm very thankful for that because it seems really nice. Really interesting. Very Nichijou adjacent, and Nichijou is one of my favorite animes. So, I think I'm gonna have a good time with that. Back before the internet was regulated, it was like along the lines of 2 girls, 1 cup, and another gross. I don't know what that means, but I'm also not going to ask you to explain what that means. Ichijo, you just started watching again for the 2nd time ever. Ooh. You love it so much. Yeah. Ichijo is just fantastic. Sure, some jokes can be a bit confusing, especially if you're not Japanese, but that's fine. You don't need to understand every single thing. And like the jokes are short enough so that it doesn't really bother you anyways. And yeah, I still want to create a special redeem for just the most unhinged Nichijou clips, like a few seconds and you get a randomized clip. I want that for absolute chaos. And also, wait, is it not? Are you not working? I thought Yabai is. I don't know my own commands. Ichi. A super Yabai, of course. Oh, excuse me. Of course, I also need to.
Super ultra great delicious wonderful yabai.
There we go. That took way too long. Good job, me. Which ones did I have again? Like, I need to remember. Oh yeah, also this one.
God is dead.
And which clip is this one? Coffee. Coffeeしてない。
何言ってんの？自分でもよくわかんないんだけど、なんていうか、コーヒーしてないんだよ。いいからちょっと飲んでみ？ほれほれ。まったくコーヒーしてないって何なのよ。コーヒーしてない。
コーヒーしてないね。
In time.
Oops. Suddenly Game Grumps. Yes. Are you not happy with your coffee right now? Is that what you're trying to say? Coffee してない. Yes. And it reminded you of that clip. I see. Yeah, it's fantastic. Also, I don't know if me playing this clip right now just completely killed my entire VOD and I will get banned. We'll see, I suppose. Not the worst coffee you have made in recent memory, but it's down there, like a 3 out of 10. Oh no. Can it be at least improved with, I don't know, some sugar, creamer, whatever you put into coffees? I'm not a coffee drinker. I don't know really anything about it. You don't put stuff into coffee. Well then, GG. RIP. Alright, there's a game, by the way.
Did you know that I have actually been playing a game? I know. What is a game? What is a game? But just a miserable pile of misery, of miserable pixels. Miserable pile of puzzles. Ugh. Did you really go this way?
Yes, and there's no mistaking it. Master Dialga was enveloped in this light. Then he vanished in the direction of this awesomely vast mountain. Look at it, so awesome. Oh my god.
It's hopeless.
What's wrong, Celebi?
At the pinnacle of this mountain, there's a passage of time. You know what's strange? Even though I was caught, I never said where the passage of time was.
Master Dialga went into even more of a rampage. He's no longer acting rationally. Maybe his instinct, pressed by his increased ferociousness, made him head for the passage of time.
If Dialga were to hit the passage of time, and while he's not in his right mind, what would happen?
If that occurs, now that the world has finally started to move, I don't know what would happen. We need to stop him quickly.
The light has gotten much brighter, huh? The sun is rising. Dawn is near.
It took a long time to recover. From here on, Grovel and I, and Celebi, will move as a group of 3. We need to fight as hard as we possibly can to stop Master Dialga.
Why not take the Sable Eye with you too? Why not?
But on the other hand, we'll be far less mobile if we bring the Sable Eye along. Yes, because... sure. If we're not in time, then that's the end.
Understood.
Alright, let's prepare and then let's go.
Master Dusknoir. Grover, Celebi too.
What is it?
We're ready too. For the future. Master Dialga needs to come to his senses.
Yes, I understand. This is the final fight. We must bring Master Dialga back to his senses.
That's right. This is what I've been fighting for all this time. This is what I'm fighting for! Just a little more. What was that? Don't tell me. Don't tell me this is...
Huh? Grovel, what's wrong?
No, it's nothing. Just a little more. Everything we've done so far. Just a little more, and we can achieve our goals. Until the end, where I disappear. At mere strength. Make.
You watched and enjoyed Keijo.
I also don't know what that is.
I know, I'm so very much uneducated. It's fine. I suppose we'll go like this. Want them to eat your reviver seeds? Good point.
Also, what moves do you have, Celebi? Heal Bell. Does that heal my entire team, or what was it again? Heals all status problems of the user and team members in the room. Okay. If it only gets triggered when there is actually a status figgy, then that's good. Recover, Magical Leaf, Ancient Power. Sure, let's keep all of them on. Oh, there might be some work. A work task for me, yep. Okay, let's play a few more levels and then I have to do a little break again. Of course you can attack around corners. Then you go forward, please. Sure are missing a lot against this one. There we go. Next. Okay. Now I'm here. Cool. Alright. He decided to just join me. Oh yeah, he can just float around. So he is fine. Celebi, how about you fight? No? Okay. Oh, there are the stairs. Thank God. Okay, and with that I will go do the work. We'll be back in about 15 minutes, probably.
Hey there, and welcome to my tutorial about how to draw dolphins. To be exact, I'll focus on bottlenose dolphins. You know, like the TV star Flipper from the 60s. What you'll learn in this video is also applicable to other kinds of dolphins though. Okay then, let us start. At first we're starting with the body, and we draw this very long curve. And it goes around at the front, almost in a circular manner, like so. And follows basically the same curvature back, maybe a bit flatter here at the bottom side. And then goes thinner and thinner towards the tail end. At the front we put on kind of a cap, which will serve as the basic shape of the head. And it's a bit pointier, it's not as circular, and the tip here will not follow exactly the center line, but will be slightly below it. What you have to make sure is that the length of this whole shape is about 5 times the height. In order to make sure that I have some good looking results, I have all the steps prepared beforehand. To gain some further understanding about the anatomy, here is the bottlenose dolphin skeleton from various angles. you can immediately see that it is quite simple. It's almost just a spine, which is the most flexible part of the skeleton. The arms are short and don't move that much. Their flippers don't really have fingers. The neck bones are mostly fused together, so their head movement is also quite limited. Let us also take a look at the skeleton in relation to the rest of the body. The body basically just follows the curvature of the spine. The belly side might be a bit bumpier, but for the most part the whole body is quite streamlined. Interesting is also the fact that they have this extra space at the forehead, almost as if it is swollen. That part is called the melon, and I will explain more about that later in this video. We can also take a short look at the muscles, although I would say that it is not that important. They are strongly focused on moving their tail like a whip. You won't really be able to see many distinct muscle packs from the outside, since, again, their body curvature is very smooth and streamlined. Let us continue by drawing more details. But first we draw the snout. The bottom side almost completely just follows the curvature here. Not quite though, so we'll have some kind of bump here. The upper side, if we take a look at this frontmost point, will be slightly above it, like so. Bottlenose dolphins have a bit of an underbite, and so we have to take that into consideration when we draw them together. We make a small curve at the front and draw a line that is almost straight, maybe curves a bit upwards, and then at the very end, almost when we touch this line here, we curve down. The eyes are very close to the corner of the mouth, and their shape can be kept quite simple. What I do is just make a small oval shape and basically be done with it. Now the eyes are sitting on some sort of bump which is sticking out, and we are sketching that out too, around the eye. Important is also that we want to sketch out the shape of the melon that I've been mentioning before, which is connected to this bump of the eye right here. And so we draw this line that connects them, like so. You can kind of imagine that the melon is folding slightly over the snout. If we take a very close look at the eyes, we see that they look quite peculiar. They narrow down the amount of light that goes through the pupil by having a flap fold over it, creating these shapes that you see here. And their eyes are very dark, so as long as you don't look really closely under very bright conditions, you won't see any details. That is why I keep them fairly simple in my drawings. If you want to draw a dolphin with its mouth open, here are some basics. Imagine a hinge sitting at the end of the lower jaw, around here. Dolphins don't really have lips, so it is just a matter of moving the lower jaw up and down. The teeth sit on slightly elevated rows. There are none at the very front, and the front and backmost teeth gradually grow smaller and smaller. An important detail is that the distance between the teeth is always the same. It has something to do with how they use echolocation. More about that later during my time-lapse though. You can also see how the tongue looks like right here. It normally just lays flat inside their mouth, but I like how silly this picture looks. Let us continue with the flippers. At first we have this small corner, and then we curve to the back. Quite strongly, like so. We have a rounded tip right here, and then we curve back, sort of in a wave shape, like so. And of course we don't forget to draw the other flipper too, right here at the back. Basically, just draw on the same way. The dorsal fin at the back is at about right in the middle of the whole body, so right about here, let's see. And it's curved to the back quite strongly, like so. It also has a rounded tip, and curves around like so. Now for the fluke, which, different from fish, is orientated horizontally, and I normally draw it by having this line here at the end of the fluke, which is almost horizontal, like so. We leave some small gaps here and connect it with the body. And in order to get the shape right, we have to continue this line here towards the middle into the fluke, while this line here will continue into the body, like so. Now we will add the corners, which are also rounded, and I give it a bit more curvature here. And then, of course, don't forget the median notch, right here. Again, here's the prepared version of my sketch, which looks much better. So those are the basics of how to sketch out a dolphin. It's relatively simple and doesn't take that long. What comes after that is mostly up to your style and the tools you're using. However, there are some things I can explain about shading and lighting effects underwater and above it. Here is the line art I did. I can't really explain much here since these steps depend on your style and tools. The colors are mostly just medium and light gray. I like to add a bit of blue or purplish color to it though. The border between the colors would look smudged if you want to go for some extra realism. When you do the shading, make sure you form the shape of the melon, the area around the eyes, and the round edges of the fins. You can also include some slight strokes here and there to have an indication of muscles. Here I added the soft light reflections. We have to distinguish between underwater and above the water, like in this case where the dolphin is jumping. The skin is obviously still very wet, which influences how the light is reflected. First of all, we want to have a very strong contrast between the darkest and the lightest areas. Also, do not shy away from adding some lighter spots in the darker areas as extra reflections. Now the highlights. You can see that they are quite irregular, which has to do with the fact that the film of water on the surface of their skin is not distributed perfectly even. We add some highlights to the eyes, and when adding some to the fins, don't put them at the very edge, but slightly inwards to make them look less flat. Also, again, go ahead and add some slight highlights to a few random areas. Then there is the scenario of a dolphin underwater. In this case, the lighting changes significantly. I prepared a second drawing to illustrate it, and while the time-lapse of its making-of process runs, let me tell you some really interesting facts about dolphins. Afterwards, I'll explain more about the drawing. There are at least 36 species of dolphins. I found many different numbers, so I can only give you the minimum count. Most dolphins live in the seas and oceans all over the world. However, some of them also live in rivers and lakes. You probably know this already. Although they live in water, they are not fish, but mammals, and therefore breathe air and don't lay eggs. Different from fish, dolphins are warm-blooded and have fat, which is called blubber, to keep themselves warm. Dolphins use echolocation for navigation and locating prey and predators. It basically works like this. At first, they generate sounds from their nasal air sacs underneath their blowhole. We register them as clicks, which reach even into the ultrasonic spectrum. These vibrations are amplified in the organ they have in their forehead called melon. It concentrates the sound into beams that are sent out forward. The sound waves bounce off from objects in the water back to the dolphin. They have their receiver located in the lower jaw, and especially fascinating are their teeth. They are arranged so that the distance between them is always the same in order to match certain wavelengths and act as an antenna. Additionally, the rows are not symmetrical but shifted by half the distance. This way they register differences of the incoming sound waves depending on the direction where they come from. This information is processed in the brain and helps the dolphin to orientate themselves. When I learned that during my research, I was so fascinated by it. It is amazing what evolution came up with. Alright, so here's the finished version of a dolphin swimming underwater. For variety's sake, I drew it also from a different angle. This way we additionally can see the blowhole, which is located almost exactly above the eyes. It is fairly small and only opens when they are in and exhaling. Otherwise, they keep it shut with muscles around the blowhole, like in this case. The colors are always up to you, of course, but they would obviously depend on the water. We do not require that strong of a contrast, and the shading is quite smooth and even. The light will come from above when they are under the water and is softer. Most importantly, a light pattern from the water surface is projected onto the dolphin's skin. You can achieve this effect by drawing kind of a cell-based pattern with wobbly lines at many different sizes. Make them blurry and add some brighter spots at the intersections. Do not forget to follow the shape of the dolphin's body and let the pattern fade out at the sides. Now it is your turn to draw some dolphins. They are really fun and very quick to draw. Just try it and you might be surprised. If you want more tutorials about marine mammals, then I can tell you that there will be more in the future. About orcas and blue whales to be exact, and maybe some others too at some point. Who knows? I certainly would love to make more, that is for sure. So let me thank you a lot for watching. As always, if you have any questions or constructive feedback, then please leave a comment down below. And for more information and links, please check out the description of this video. There is quite a lot in there. Alright then, have fun drawing.
Hey there, and welcome to this tutorial about how to draw snow leopards. I really enjoyed drawing them, especially because of their fluffiness and beautiful fur pattern. And I hope you will too by the end of this video. So let's get right to it. Thank you. I'm going to start with the head, and we slightly look at it from the side. And for that, I'm drawing this oval shape. Why do I choose to draw an oval and not a circle for the basic shape of the head? If we look at the skull from the side, you are able to see that you can roughly simplify it with an oval. Its height is about 60% of the longest length. Of course, it is not perfect. We will have to make some small adjustments later. But I personally have an easier time drawing their heads this way, rather than using circles and adding the snout in front of it. I would say it's just personal preference. Do whatever works best for you. I'm also going to add the center lines, which will be quite helpful to add all the facial features. Like so, horizontally and also 2 times vertically. And I also like to add this line here that is connected with both of these intersection points at the side, and it will help us determine the position of the eyes. In order to explain their facial structures in a more comprehensible way, I made 2 sketches of a head from the front and side. With what you start doesn't matter all that much, but I personally like to start with the nose, and for that we draw this wide triangular shape, and also the nose bridge, which follows basically the same direction as the center line here, has these 2 straight lines, which more or less have a constant width. Right here, where it touches this line that we drew before, I'm going to curve around and draw these indications for their eyes. Then I draw a small line downwards and an upside down Y shape. Curve around to connect with the nose corners. Over here too, but I'm stretching a bit further. The mouths aren't that large though, so I'm drawing it rather compact. Now let's do some adjustments for the head shape. First of all, here I'm going to subtract a little bit here at the side. And then go around like so. And also down here it slightly extends over the oval shape and converges back. As for the ears, what I normally do is start from the middle of the eyes and draw these guidelines that are parallel to the center line here, and at a point that is fairly close to the back of the head, as you can also see here, I'm going to put down the inner corners of the ears. From there you draw a straight line at an angle, curve around, the height is slightly above the top of the head, and then leave a small gap. You don't draw it all the way, otherwise it would look a little bit weird. And at the other side we draw an ear that is turned away from us. Therefore we draw a straight line, again at an angle, and then the back of the ear, which is basically just forming a triangle shape. But not perfectly, it is slightly wider at the base. And then you can add some indications for the head shape, because they have a quite round looking head. I switched now to a sketch that I already prepared beforehand, and will continue doing so in this video. This way I can make sure that I have good looking and accurate drawings for you. Next up is the rest of the body. At first we're going to draw the very basic skeletal structure. This will help getting the proportions and general pose right. To give you a better comparison, here you can see a drawing of the skeleton that I made. The pose is very simple and it only shows one side of the legs, but it is enough to show most of what we need to know. I am going to compare the size of the individual body parts with the length of the head. So this length of the oval shape, plus a little bit extra since we look at it slightly from the side. Starting with the neck, I'm planning on drawing this snow leopard with its head fairly low, and the length of the neck is slightly shorter than the head length. So this is where the shoulders would be, and from there we measure about 3 lengths of the head, 3 units, which are going to form the spine. So about like this and this and this much. It doesn't have to be perfect, just roughly 3 head lengths. Continuing with the shoulders, here the shoulder blades can slightly move independently from each other, therefore I always keep them separated. They are slightly shorter than the head length, and when they are standing straight, they are pointing forwards. and the upper legs are angled backwards, and the length is about as long as the head length. And the lower legs have basically the same length as the upper legs. I'm keeping the perspective in mind, therefore the lower we are, the more this distance here is increasing. Some small parts for the feet, and some placeholders for the paws. Let's continue with the hip. For that, I normally draw this kind of curve with the joint down here, and that both sides of the hip cannot move independently from each other because it's just one singular bone. Now, one thing you can do if you already know where the ground is start with the feet and then work yourself upwards. So for example, I'm going to choose one over here, and let's say the other one right here. And now, we draw this part.
Okay. And I'm back. Let's continue. Got a Shedinja again. But our Dusknoir can easily kill it. Yeah, that was what that I tried to talk about last time. Shedinja can be a huge run killer for certain modes of Pokemon. For example, there is this super hardcore challenge called Kaizo Mario. Not Kaizo Mario, Kaizo Pokemon. Where there are certain conditions. Well, first of all, you can only use one Pokemon, and there are certain conditions depending on the specific version that you want to go for. Well, actually, it's not called Kaizo Mario. Ironmon, that's what it's called. Also great, I'm confused. And yeah, you only have one Pokemon and you only have specific types of moves. And so if you don't have a move that can kill Shedinja, and also by the way, it's completely randomized. All the items, all the enemies, everything is randomized. Great. Of course you have this move. So yeah, Shedinja can be a real pain in the ass. Because you're just unlucky, you never got a move that could potentially kill Shedinja, and then you encounter it, and everything is over. Oh yeah, I haven't re-explained what the special ability of Shedinja is, so that probably makes a little sense. It can only take damage against attacks that are super effective against it. So I think it's Bug Ghost or something like that. I don't quite remember. But yeah, as long as you don't have a move, for example like a fire move, or a flying type move or something like that, something that is super effective against it, it just won't take damage whatsoever.
There's a reviver seed somewhere. Alright. Let's go looking for it. Here, for example, I don't think that I have a move that would work against it. But he does. Ouch. There it is. Ouch. Can you attack? There you go. Celebi, hello, there's an enemy right next to you. How about you attack it? Now you decide to do that. The AI in this game sometimes, I don't know. Like, what are you freaking doing? I'm low on HP and that's why I'm avoiding getting close. It can have more than 1 HP? Alright. That's also a thing about it. Normally it should only have 1 HP. Did you run out of moves or something? You did, okay. You, however, did not. It probably has levitate, so why am I doing this? Oh, this time it didn't. Well, good. This one's, however, flying, if I'm correct. So, I think an ice punch should be super mega effective. Still not enough to kill it, though. Getting hungry, huh?
Thank God.
It's still just the midway point? Celebi, we've climbed pretty far. Where is it? Is it much farther to reach the pinnacle?
No, not at all. The pinnacle is only a little farther.
I've been thinking about what could have happened since we haven't seen Master Dialga so far. Right. I think he may have reached the pinnacle already. Let's hurry.
Please do not. Fine, I'll heal her because I cannot count on Celebi actually attacking. See? Another reviver seed. Nice, nice.
It's a monster house! Okay. If only I could push him further back and we could go back into the pathway. But, well, in this case, I will... petrify them. And just get out of here. Let's save time. There we are.
I knew it. I knew you had already reached the pinnacle. Primal Dialga. Gigi. Gigi, 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 gigi. Gigi. Gigi, ga, 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 ga.
Good to talk. Whoa.
Yeah.
More exclamations.
Are you alright? Yeah, but Dialga, he seems to be in pain.
I'm not gonna... The planet's moving again. It seems to be hurting Master Dialga's darkened heart.
Celebi, look behind Dialga. Yeah, the passage of time.
It would be very dangerous if the passage of time were to be damaged.
This area, just little by little, this area, it's becoming brighter.
The wind is stronger.
Oh, there's a light emanating from Dialga's body. Our bodies too.
History is being distorted.
History distorted? The end is coming. It's getting close. What?
Until we disappear, we should do everything we can to bring Mr. Dialga back to his senses.
Oh, for the future. Our fight. This is the final one. Mink, relax, bro. Please, let me your strength. Our final strength. Let's go.
Super mega epic times. Well, it would be great if this actually is gonna work. And it did. Amazing. Okay, Celebi is not positioned all that greatly, but what can you do? Still hit me, yeah? There we go. Just one totter seed.
Ugh. My body. My body's heavy. But, we did it. Yeah. We finally defeated Primal Dialga. Daybreak is near. Now we only wait. Here for the end to come.
The end is coming. We are fading. Garurumon? Garurumon?
Dialga. Whoa. Dusknor. Celebi too.
Gruwal. Gruwal, please tell me. My life. Did it shine?
Yes. Extraordinarily.
I am glad. I am up to the very end, not wavering. Honestly, I lived because of you, Gruwal. Thanks to you. Thanks to you, I have no regrets.
Dusknor. The end. Me too. So slowly. Celebi. Are you right?
Yes.
I'm fine. This is... Oh. It's the morning sun. The sun is up. Can you see it, Celebi? It's the morning sun. Is this the morning sun? I had no idea. A world in which the sun rises. It's so beautiful. The sun. I had no idea that it could be this warm. Being able to see the sun before the end and being able to see it with you, I am really glad that I am alive. I am really glad. I am too. Goodbye, Clovel. I am so happy.
We're still here. I didn't disappear. Why?
That's true. We're not disappearing. I thought if history was changed, that would be the end. So, why is this? We truly are still here. Wonderful. But I don't know why we were fading and then didn't disappear. But anyway, everyone is alive. Everyone is safe. Isn't this just amazingly wonderful thing?
If this happened, does that mean this was a miracle? Can we say that? No, it was no miracle.
Dialga!
Master Dialga. For a very long time, I saw only darkness. And during that time, the world became filled with chaos.
Master Dialga.
I take responsibility for it. Now that things have been resolved, I'll support this new world from here on out.
This is...
Master Dialga. Their telepathy.
Wow!
The land, it turned green.
Such a beautiful scene. This is Dialga's power.
Master Dialga.
Dialga, I have something I want to ask. Earlier, when we did not disappear, you said it wasn't a miracle. But was it thanks to you?
No, it was not me. I don't have the power necessary to stop you from disappearing. However, a being higher than myself, that being's power could have done it. This was surely that power at work, I believe. And so, I must express my gratitude. It's wonderful that you have returned the world from darkness for me. I'm truly grateful to you and the ones who stopped the planet's paralysis in the past. Your friends.
That's right. We are still here. Meg, you too. I hope you're safe as well. If you didn't disappear either, are you still alive? And relax, bro. You, the fate of the Pokémon in the future when you changed history. My fate and that of Meg. I expect you'll find out later, but right now you're... What are you thinking? The wind. The light. If you can carry my message, please send it to Meg and relax, bro. That's to you. The future has been freed from darkness. And we and the other Pokémon in the future are safe. We didn't disappear. From now on, we're going to combine our strengths and rebuild this world. For Celebi, who has supported me all this way, and after this. Above all, we are still alive. Relax, bro. Ming, can you hear me? We're still alive. Yay!
We did it! We finished the episode. And just in time, because the reservation for the work task is slowly but surely running out, so I need to get to it soon. We have a little bit more. But yeah, that was a dramatic episode for sure. So much more dramatic than any of the other special episodes. But I guess it makes sense. Well, it's cool that those characters also got a little bit more closure. If it's closure, I have no idea if they'll appear again at some point. I'm not asking this either, by the way. But yeah, that was a long series of dungeons. And it was actually not that challenging, to be honest, this particular episode. Again, I still had so much more problems with the last one. Oh yeah. But okay, I need to start the work task, so the credits are already at the end anyways, so we'll be back in about 15 minutes.
Hey there, and welcome to my tutorial about how to draw orcas, also known as killer whales. Despite their intimidating name, they are beautiful and fascinating animals, and very fun to draw. So, let's start. I am planning on drawing a jumping orca, so at first we're going to sketch out the body, and not the head. We draw this long curve, like so, and at the front we curve around, in a circle away. Then keep it kind of flat here at the belly side, so here at this part it will be the tallest, and then we narrow it down towards the tail end, like so. And then we want to add here a pointy cap, which will be the head. What we want to make sure is that the length of this whole body is about 4 to 5 times longer than the height. In order to make sure that I have some good looking results for you, I have all the steps prepared beforehand. To understand the anatomy a bit better, let's take a look at the skeleton. It is constructed quite simply. For us, the spine is the most important part. It's more flexible than any other of its body parts. The bones of the flippers are very short and quite limited in their movement. So is their head, since the neck bones are mostly fused together. Let us continue by adding some details. First of all, here, the nose will have just a small dent here, which will separate it from the forehead. We curve around and draw almost a straight line. At the end, curve slightly down, and orcas have a bit of an overbite, and therefore we leave a very small gap here. We don't need to draw the eyes, since they normally cannot be distinguished from the dark skin, but it would normally be located very close to the mouth corner, about here. We can kind of sketch out the shape of the forehead, which is called the melon, here, which will connect kind of with the eyes back here. Even though we cannot see it that clearly from this angle, about right above the eyes around here, at the top of the head, they have their blowhole. While they are not in or exhaling, muscles contract to close off the blowhole. If you want to draw an orca with its mouth open, simply imagine a hinge at the end of the lower jaw, around here. Since they don't really have lips, all we need to draw is the lower jaw moving up and down. Of course, we need to know how the inner parts of the mouth look like. The teeth sit on elevated rows, they have a small gap at the very front. The back and foremost teeth grow gradually smaller, the teeth shape is pointy and slightly curved inwards, and interesting is also the fact that the distance between the teeth is always the same. Now let's continue with the flippers. You have a little corner here, and then curve back, like so, and it can be quite long. Then we make a round curve and simply go back to the body, and right about where they reconnect with the body, we make a very strong curve like here. Of course, we shouldn't forget the other one here at the back, and then we draw the dorsal fin, which is located right about where the middle of the body is, and can be quite tall and also triangular looking. Or it curves back and is a bit shorter, like so. In that case, also the flippers would be shorter, and it has something to do with the overall temperature of the waters they live in. And you can also connect the body with the dorsal fin with some very small curves, like so. And then we draw the fluke, which is horizontal and not vertical, like the fish. And at first I'm drawing here this end part, this horizontal end part of the fluke, to get the overall orientation and perspective right. We leave a small gap and connect here in kind of a wave shape the fluke with the body, like so. To get the shape right, we have to make sure that this line here would continue into the fluke, while this one goes into the tail. And then we draw the corners, which are typically curved downwards, like so. Also around here. And of course, do not forget the median notch right here. Orcas more or less always have the same kind of black and white pattern. You can look at these models to see them from various angles. What you have to be careful about is that these borders here and here are quite smudged, while the others are sharp and clear. Also, the spot behind the dorsal fin is darker than all the other white spots. So let us start with the one where the eye is located. We at first draw this little small line here, and then curve to the back, like so. Make a small corner, and then connect it. Of course, it always doesn't look exactly the same, but more or less this is how it looks like. Also, we connect the mouth corner and the underside of the flippers. The spot behind the dorsal fin can easily be drawn by having a curve, go forward, then to the back again, and then forward, and have a very fine line. And then we curve back like so. And this end here will be quite smudged. Then right behind the dorsal fin at the belly side, we will have this spot here curving up like so, and then go around, back down. And there is one more at the underside of the fluke, like so. Again, here is the prepared version of my sketch, which looks much better. And that is how you basically sketch out an orca. It is relatively simple compared to many other animals. Most of what comes after this stage is up to you and your style and tools. However, I can explain a few things about shades and light reflections. Here is the line art I did. I can't really explain much here since these steps depend on your style and tools. Next I did the colors, nothing really special here. When you do the shading, make sure you form the shape of the forehand and the round edges of the fins, like so. You can include some slight strokes here and there to have an indication of muscles. However, the shading on the darker skin will be barely noticeable. Here I added the soft light reflections. The orca here is jumping and therefore above the water. It looks significantly different to one that is underwater. The skin is still very wet, which influences how the light is reflected. We want to create a very strong contrast. Also, do not shy away from adding some lighter spots in the darker areas as extra reflections. Now the highlights. You can see that they are quite irregular, which has to do with the fact that the film of water on the surface of your skin is not distributed perfectly even. When adding highlights to the fins, don't put them at the very edge, but slightly inwards to make them look less flat. Also, go ahead and add some slight highlights to a few random areas. To show how an orca would look like underwater, I made a second drawing. While the time-lapse of its making of process runs, I will tell you some interesting facts about these animals of the sea. Orcas are considered the largest species of the dolphin family. They live in every single ocean around the world and adapt well to any climate. As being at the top of the food chain, ignoring humans, they have a very diverse diet. They hunt almost anything, even whales, which is part of the reason why they are called killer whales. However, they are not senseless killing machines. They are also very social, playful, and thanks to their high intelligence, they are able to communicate with each other quite efficiently. They use echolocation in order to orientate themselves and locate prey. I explained more about that in my dolphin drawing tutorial. Orcas are used to swim about 60 kilometers a day, sometimes even more than 150 kilometers, and dive over 100 meters deep several times every day. They travel in large groups of up to 40 orcas, foraging and hunting for food. Therefore, they do not thrive in captivity. No member of the dolphin family does. The artificial enclosures don't offer the range and variety they need, which leads to boredom, stress, and also often self-mutilation. These animals are not able to survive in the wild anymore, so it is an endless cycle of dolphins being born and suffering in captivity, and the parks trying to survive. At least, as long as the parks don't change significantly. Alright, this is my finished drawing of an orca underwater. I decided to have the view angle from below because I wanted to show the pattern on the belly. Also, I kind of like how the shimmer looks like from this perspective. When underwater, the light will come from above and cast a shimmering water texture onto the skin. You can achieve this effect by drawing kind of a cell-based pattern with wobbly lines and many different sizes, make them quite blurry, and add some brighter spots at the intersections. Do not forget to follow the shape of the orca's body and let the pattern fade out at the sides. Now it is your turn to draw gorgeous looking orcas. I really enjoy drawing them, and you will probably too if you give it a try. If you want more tutorials about marine mammals, then you can check out my playlist about them. The link is in the upper right corner and the description. So far, bottlenose dolphins are already a part of it, and I'm planning on making a tutorial about blue whales too. In the further away future, I might add more to this playlist. I certainly would love to. So let me thank you a lot for watching. As always, if you have any questions or constructive feedback, then please leave a comment down below. And for more information and links, please check out the description of this video. There's quite a lot in there. Alright then, have fun drawing.
Alright, done. How you doing, Wobblesina? Wobblemon? Alright, so, special episode is done. We're gonna get back to the normal game. Play a few rounds with it. That's quite a lot of money. Actually, let me also check. Are the achievements? Yeah, they're still going. Okay. Then I might have missed me getting the achievement for this episode. Teacher of Darkness. Yes, I have it? Or do I not have it? Yes, okay. Yeah, I missed it. And back we are over here. Let's go. So... seems fine. Have we checked out the board yet? I don't remember what I did and what I didn't yet. I think the... yeah. Okay, yeah. Yep. Alright. We have the Westby Queen and the Absol. Okay. Let's just move out. Let's just go. So we have all of those Zero Isle things. And the Luminous Spring is also here. The Hot Spring. So let's go to Zero Isle North. I have no idea what will await us over there. So let's go. There's a restriction placed on Zero Isle North. You will not earn experience points from the Pokemon you defeat. Okay. Let's check it out anyways, I suppose. I wanna see what it's all about. That's right, I still have Sword Dance linked. Okay, for this, let's go fast forward mode. Jam out to some music. Oh, this is not too great. Also wanna check out. Relax, bro, your moves? Yeah, everything is deactivated. Explosion, huh? Oh, that's right. Force palm is deactivated. It's ouch. Okay, Relax Bro is down, but why was Relax Bro not revived? Huh? I'm baffled. Well, whatever. Keep on going. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Yes, let's go. Don't attack me. Ouch, ouch. Why do you keep on going? Alright, cool. Yeah, that's great. Encounter is not gonna do shit. You're just gonna stand there. I can attempt to heal. Never mind that. I don't have anything to heal with. I can move forward, but then... God. What is this nonsense? Well, goodbye. Reset. That was ridiculous. Alright. Seems like Zero Isle is quite high level. Let's see. No. Absolutely no. Oh wait, well, actually let me see. Steam Cave. Okay, no. I was just thinking in case this is a new zone, then maybe I take it. That's not the case. That's also right, we can do this. Protein. We have so much stuff right now. Let's go gambling. Off the grimy food first of all. There's another work task. Yep. Well, let me do a little bit of gambling. And then first, and then I will do the work. Oh. He failed, that's okay. Get rid of a bunch of those apples. We have too many of them. Get something. Natural gift, okay. Big one. Aww. Okay, that's already enough. How is the egg doing? Not quite yet, okay. Alright, I will do the work. We'll be back in 15 minutes or so.
Hey there, and welcome to my tutorial about how to draw or paint oak trees. These might be the most standard trees you could think of, but they're not boring at all, quite the contrary. You can do so many different things with them, it's really a lot of fun. I'm mainly focused on the white oak, or Quercus alba in Latin, because there were 600 different oak species and I cannot possibly cover all of them, of course. If you want to paint a different kind of oak tree, you can still apply most of the techniques that I show you in this video, and you just have to figure out the differences. At first we're sketching out the trunk, and it comes in all sorts of shapes. It can be wider or more narrow. a bit warpy or just straight up. And then I'm sketching out the general shape of the tree, which is normally wider than tall. Of course there can be some exceptions, but for the most part this would be the most basic form of an oak tree. Of course it can also be a bit narrower, but it won't get too far away from the 1:1 ratio. However, it can be up to 50% wider than tall. So this kind of looks like a turned around strawberry or peach of some sorts, with the edges being very smooth and round. It doesn't have a pointy top of some sorts. Also, the distance between the ground and the bottom of the foliage is normally very short. You can also bring in some asymmetry as long as it makes sense weight balance wise, and also you can divide the basic shape into several smaller ones, like so. Here's a sketch that I prepared beforehand to have something better looking, and yeah, I kept it very minimalistic. However, it is up to you how many details you put into your sketch. So the sketch will be erased, but the next step will remain. I'm already using some paint that will stay at the end, therefore I'm using this kind of very rough textured brush and only very lightly apply the pressure. And dropping in some random shapes in order to sketch out the leaf clusters. Now what are the leaf clusters? Well, the leaves are not distributed evenly, but are grouped together in these so-called clusters. And so I'm painting these random leaf clusters in all sorts of sizes and shapes. Of course this shape should be still somewhat contained and shouldn't be like all crazy and wrinkly and whatnot and stringy, like this doesn't make sense. You also don't have to follow the guideline perfectly. You can paint outside or leave some gaps in between. It is completely up to you, and bring in some variety into your painting. You can see that I'm already using a very dark color, and so let me talk about that. It is highly recommended that you either start with the darkest or the brightest color at first and work yourself towards the other direction. It also depends on the tool you're using. If you're using watercolors, colored pencils, or pastel chalks, then normally the darkest colors are more dominant, and therefore it is better if you start with the brightest ones. But if you're using, for example, oil paints, you can do it the other way around, with the brighter color sticking to the darker one. And of course, if you're using digital media, then it is completely up to you. I personally like to start with the darkest color, because this way it is easier for me to get the shapes and the overall brightness right. And so let me show you what I already have prepared. There we go, it looks much better than what I was doing. And in general, this is how the tutorial will go. I will show you in between the steps what you need to do and all the techniques, and then when I'm done explaining, I show you the actual finished step. Not only is it more time efficient, but it also makes it easier for me to show you something that actually looks good. Also, let me say that I'm painting these leaves on one singular layer. I'm giving myself this limitation in order to get closer to traditional methods. In this way I'm making sure that not only those that are using digital media can benefit from my videos, but everybody. In this next step we want to put down some actual color. I have a brush here that is very rough, like dropping a bunch of little dots in that should imitate the leaves. And for the foliage of oak trees, the leaves are not really orientated in any sort of special way. They're not like pointing up or just hanging down like so, but it's more random, and therefore we will just do some circular movements or just simply tap in here in order to get the right texture. But before we start to paint, we want to think about where the light comes from. In our case, it will be coming from the top left
and slightly from the front.
Therefore, the bottom right and the back part of the tree will be the darkest. So we want to basically focus for the most part on these parts. Just drop in a bunch of dark color. The darkest spots should be quite dense, but as we get closer and closer to the brighter areas, we just decrease the density to the point where we just straight up leave out the brightest clusters over here on this edge. So we fill out these leaf cluster shapes that we've sketched out before, and you can see we have some gaps in between those shapes. We want to fill out these gaps in between here too, but not completely, just partially. We want to keep the shape of these leaf clusters at least somewhat. Also, there can be holes here and there in the foliage because, again, the tree is not a perfect solid shape, but there are some spots here and there where you can actually look through.
One thing you also want to do at this stage is to plan out where you want to leave some holes in the front layer of the leaves.
What do I mean with that? Well, you can imagine that the leaves are separated into two layers. The back part, that is the furthest away from the viewer, and the front part, which is, well, closer. In our case, our front layer will be brighter than the back part. Therefore, if we plan out some holes in the front layer, we will straight up see the dark leaves in the background. So let's say we take this general area around here, and we want to make sure that there is enough dark paint and enough dense paint around here, because we will barely or not at all go back around this area to put down more color in the later stages, because we want to avoid painting the brighter color into this area. And so we have plenty of dark color put down at the bottom right, and also the areas leave some holes in the front layer. Now it is time to pick out the next color in our palette. And let me talk about it in general. So we started with a very dark blue-green, and as we go to the left here, you can see that the hue shifts more to a yellow. Of course, you can just go ahead and only use green, a dark green to the bright green. But if you add more like a blue in the darker areas and a yellow to the bright ones, you bring in more color variation. These colors have some moods about them. The blue is more cooler, as are the shadows, and the yellow is warmer, and by using it, it makes the tree look like it's standing outside in the bright sunlight. So I highly recommend that you're using these colors. And what we do now is we fill out the rest of these leaf cluster shapes, and also put down some extra paint here in the darker areas and define where the light hits these clusters and where are the shadows going to end up. So this is basically what you want to do. You just fill out these upper left parts of the leaf clusters with the brighter color and leave out the bottom right for the shades. But of course you don't exactly perfectly follow it. You can just go ahead and drop in some extra little details into the darkest areas, and you don't have to exactly follow the leaf cluster shapes that we sketched out before. Just drop in here and there some little extra details. It is completely up to you. And in the end it will look something like this. Around here the density is not very high yet, but this will be changed by adding the brighter colors. And you can see that I left this spot here very dark. I barely put in the brighter color. And we pick the next brightest color, and as we get brighter and brighter, especially in the center part and here the bottom part, we just want to very lightly tap into the tree. Not only gives it a better leaf texture, but we don't want to put down too much paint, like too strong, otherwise it would look out of place. And we just straight up ignore this area here. And what you can do, which I already partially did over here, is to add little extra details to the border. Some little floating leaves that are not necessarily connected to anything. You really don't have to be a perfectionist about it. Just drop in some random floating leaves here and there, and it brings more variety and more shape to your overall tree. You basically can do that in the center part here too, like as I described before, just add in some random spots where there are some brighter areas, and it makes it much more interesting looking. And so you can see it is getting brighter and brighter, especially here at the top. And we're just gonna go ahead and tap in the next brightest colors. And when we have these little floating leaves, make sure that they also have the correct color according to the brightness they are facing. Especially here we have some darker color still. We don't want to go ahead with the brightest one, otherwise it would be out of place. But up here it is totally fine. And you can see that the top here is getting very dense, and is in general what you want to do. You keep the center and the top of the tree very dense and don't leave too many gaps in between. However, here on the sides you can go ahead and make it more scattered looking. And now we have the bright yellow color. Just very lightly tap in the details and they shimmer in the sunlight and makes the tree so much warmer looking. I really love it. And this is the final result for the foliage that I painted. Now we finally get to the wood part of the tree and put everything together. I have here a brush that is very solid. We're gonna straight up use this one. As for the color, we have some dark gray. It can have also some brown in it. So it's like a dark orange. Not very saturated dark orange. But this is basically just very dark because the tree is very dense. It casts a lot of drop shadows, and therefore the wood part would be complete in the shadows and therefore appear very dark. Now I need to be careful because I'm getting closer to the leaves, and I'm switching back to this brush here that I used for painting the leaves. and just very lightly tap in there. We'll also like partially tap right into the leaves, but very lightly. We just want to make sure that it's still dark enough overall, but we want to retain the shape of these leaves. We don't want to destroy it, and have a nice transition from the wood to the leaf parts. And here the hole that we left before is the perfect spot for our trunk to grow. We can make it very warped looking, it has curves around very widely. And I'm not worrying too much about these transitions now, because it would take too much time, but we will see it in the end how it's gonna look. And so this is the main branch, the main trunk, and from there we will operate and let the other branches grow out. And what we want to do is generally to make sure that the leaves are all holed up. The branch will grow towards their direction, and there will be smaller branches that are growing out of it and hold all of these clusters up and make sure that they're not just floating around. For example, now I want to have this group here being held together by one branch, and so there will be one hiding behind the leaves and growing out, and have a bunch of smaller branches. And in general, you want to have the branches go thinner and thinner. You don't want to have any too sudden of a jumps, like there wouldn't be a small twig growing out of the trunk, for example. And also you won't see too many small branches or even twigs, because they will be hidden for the most part by the leaves after all. As for the direction in which they grow in general, you can remember the rule that they want to have their leaves reach up into the sunlight. Now if you have already a branch that is at the very top of the tree, it doesn't have to worry too much, and therefore it can just grow in any direction it wants to, as long as it's not like straight down, of course. However, if we're down here at the bottom, the big branch normally just grows to the side, and the smaller branches can reach up. They are not too heavily pulled down by the gravity. And so we have a bunch of smaller branches that grow up like this and help the leaves to tank as many sunlight as they need. It's very hard for me to paint decently live, so here is the prepared version. It looks much better now, and you can see everything is being held together. Now if I would have wanted to keep the number of branches at least somewhat realistic, it would look much more chaotic like that. There are hundreds and hundreds of branches in reality that these oak trees have. However, in a painting or drawing, it can get overwhelming very quickly to the point where it just doesn't look good. So my advice is, if you get to a point where it looks like everything is held together, especially the front layer of the leaves, then that's about the time where you can just stop adding more branches. Not only do you save time like that, but you also make it so much less confusing for the viewer. There are of course other ways to add in the branches. For example, you could have started from the very beginning with drawing the branches, or you paint at first the back layer of the leaves, then the branches and the trunk, and then the front part of the leaves. For any method there are some ups and downs. For example, here in this case I was able to freely drop in the leaves and the leaf clusters however I wanted and be very liberal about it. And then at the end I had to adjust the branches to the leaves. However, if you start with the branches at first, you have to adjust the leaves to the branches. So it comes down to personal preference, I would say. Now one last thing we want to do is we want to drop in some brighter areas for the tree. Now we just go barely one step brighter. We don't really want to make it too bright, but adding a lighter area, a lighter side where the sun at least a little bit shines on, can give the tree more three-dimensionality. What do I mean with that? We can decide in which way the branches are growing, more to the front or to the back. Let's take this branch for example. I have here the brighter areas on the trunk on the upper and lower side. And now what do we need to do? Well, if we decide that this branch grows to the back, and you simply connect that light area as if this branch just doesn't exist. You just cut it off. And then it can have its own lighter areas if it does have any. If you decide to let it grow to the front, then you connect the lighter area and you just slightly let it fade out underneath the branch, and you let the shadow of this branch cut into the trunk in a way. and add in some larger areas over here. And this is how you decide in which direction the branch grows. Let's take this branch here for...
Alright, done. Okay then.
Treasures and gold in there. Okay. Let's also see what other Pokemon at the guild have to say. No, not right now. Okay. Maybe we'll try it again with a Zero Island, but this time we're gonna be more careful. Well, first of all, let me get more useful items. How about that? For example, I don't have any orange berries. Have money? Oh, I have lots of money. Actually, do I have the achievement for the 50k? There we go, now I have it. Smiles go for miles. Let's go with East this time. Oh, they all are different challenges. Members' levels will be temporarily reduced to level 1. Let me check out what else it said. Caution, there are certain restrictions. Items from the 7th slot and beyond in your treasure pack will be lost. You have 17 or 8, 16, I have 18. Well, perhaps let's go with a different challenge. What is West? Every item will be lost. And level 1. Okay. No. And South is what? All the money in every item in your treasure pack will be lost. Only the leader may enter. Okay. Well, how about we do just some normal jobs then? We have 3 quests for Tree Shroud Forest. Now, Tree Shroud Forest is a bit long, but well, whatever. Let's do this. Maybe as I go, there will be more stuff unlocked. Houndoom. Who? Cena, right? Cinnamon. You reserved a Pokemon. Indeed, you did. You will be a Houndoom. It's one of your favorites. Hell yeah. Well, then it's perfect. Yes. Can I come up with a funny name? Doom? No. Doom? How? It's just gonna be Cinnamon. Doom. Well, we can go for that if you want to. Doom. Well, let's go for that. See the Doom time. Yes. Alright, and you come along with us. And we'll replace Wesp Queen. Oh, okay. Houndoom is Dark Fire, if I remember correctly. Dark Fire, yes. So, you are an early bird, helps the Pokemon awaken more quickly from sleep. Not bad. Flash Fire lets Pokemon avoid damage of fire type attacks, then boosts its own fire type attacks. Also potentially nice to have. Your defense stats are not particularly good. Can be improved, however. Now, what kind of moves do you have? You have Beat Up. You put a beating Pokemon up, apparently. Summons the team members from the floor to surround the user. Let's turn this off. Odor Sleuth also. But what exactly was it again? Resets any boosted evasiveness. Yeah. Also turn this off. Thunder, Fang, and Roar. So we have basically no moves that fit either the dark or the fire type. Fantastic. Roar was sense target flying. Eh. Well, you can use Thunder Fang, I suppose. Dark Fire. We can later go to Electivire and maybe reawaken some moves that are better for you. Also, our Absol is doing some nonsense over there. And... oops. Wrong button. Oops. Also... I need to set this up. And I think Absol is still alive. No, at what floors? 13, 15 and question mark. Wow. Wow. There we go.
Oh no. This is time for Heal Seed then. And I'm gonna break the link because I don't care anymore at this point. And there we go. And we leave. Mobile scarf. I'm gonna check that out soon. Enables movement anywhere. The belly will go down faster while traveling through walls. Move and attack through walls and move across inhospitable terrain, such as magma. That is pretty cool. I'm gonna keep it in my inventory. Do I actually want to equip it? The Pokemon's belly will only go down faster while traveling through walls, otherwise it will not have any effect on my hunger. I mean, the green scarf, its effects are very small at this point. And the thing is, while I have this, I can go into a wall in order to position myself more, position myself better, against other Pokemon. So that I can attack it together with another one at the same time. I think this is actually really good. I will equip this. The green bow can go to Xenadoom. And yeah, let's do that. Now, I would like to check this out at first. Got a lot of white gummies. I don't really want to buy anything right now. Flash cannon. What is that again?
damage on the target, may also special defense. Just damage and special defense. Steel and special. Well, I cannot learn it anyways. Now let's see, what kind of moves do you have? Here. Well, there's only Amber and Bite. And let's... What is Roar? Yeah, it's the flying. Okay. I suppose Amber... I mean, it's better than what I have right now. Also, let me see, Absol, do you have anything better? Almost special. Charge power for 1 turn. Problem is that probably cannot really well time it. Pursuit, what is this again? Counter. That's it. Just counter. Okay, well that's fine then. Wait, I need money, potentially. First of all. It would be nice if I could just turn off the missions for certain areas. Because man, like Beach Cave, I'm not gonna go there anymore. Oh wow, we have a huge quest for this one. 97! It goes down all the way to 97. Jesus fuck Christ. Yeah, this is out of my league right now. Okay. Is the egg ready? Yeah. Oh yeah, Krogug. Got. Okay. Nothing. Interesting. I suppose let's go to Brine Cave again. Real quick. It's a shorter one anyways. Okay, do I have apples? Good thing that I remembered, because I do not. What did I miss this time? Electric type partner. Yeah, I opened them. No worries. This time I remembered. Do I have an electric type? Electric. Sure, then. $21. Oh. Thunderwave is the one that just paralyzes, yes. Which is fine actually, I can leave this on, I suppose. So what floors do I need to be on? 5, 6 and 9. Okay. Xenadu? There we go. Oh, I'm walking through walls. I need to be careful. But while I'm holding B and... Oh, Xena... Oh. Okay. Well, Xena was revived there. There goes a reviver seat. While I'm in this fast forward mode, while holding B, I cannot go through walls. So it helps. Oops. What was that? It helps not accidentally going into walls all the freaking time. Oh no! Whatever will I do? All enemies in the room. Don't know what the difference is. Anyways. Boop. Well, dang it. Sorry, Cena. Oh, more Pokemon are joining us. Ouch. Everybody's getting yeeted around. Okay, calm down, please. It's not the one that I wanted to... Okay. There we go. No, yes. I'll get you back into my team, Cena, don't you worry. I just have to take a short little rest, that's all. Burr, burr, burr. Go. Yes. Done. Frustration. Royal Gummy. Let's buy a reviver seed, sure. It's good to have more of them. And I will actually store it. Because it happens too easily that, you know, another team member is getting killed and then, whoops, it's gone.
there's something.
Hey, there's someone at the cafe entrance. I wonder what's up.
It seems like there's some happy news for all the explorers.
I wonder what kind of happy news. Now I'm really interested. I'm going to find out.
I'm going too.
Somehow this all seems familiar, like we've done this before. I wonder what's up this time. Hey, let's go too.
But
Whoa, there's quite a crowd.
May I have everyone's attention, please? First of all, I'd like to thank you for taking time out of your busy schedules. I've got some happy news for everyone today. Has everyone here ever heard of a mountain called Sky Peak?
Sky Peak?
I've heard of it. It's a really tall mountain to the east. It's said that the mountain is so tall it almost reaches beyond the sky. But it's surrounded by an impassable mountain range, so the route there has been lost. That's why it hasn't been fully explored yet.
yes, that's absolutely right. You sure do know your stuff. Just as Mr. Mime said, Sky Peak has not fully been explored yet, so it still holds many mysteries. High enough to reach beyond the sky, a mysterious mountain that still holds many secrets. That sounds like enough to catch the interest of any explorer. Let's go and see for ourselves. If that's what you're thinking, then we are ready to fulfill that wish through Project P. We've been working on reclaiming the path to Sky Peak. And finally, a couple of days ago, we succeeded. Hooray! Furthermore, not only did we succeed in reclaiming the path, we also made a discovery. At the base of the mountain, we found a small hidden village. Hooray!
A hidden village? That makes me think of ninjas or something.
Yep, of course, it's not a village of ninjas. Instead, some very rare Pokémon known as Shaman live there.
A shaman?
Yes, I'm afraid I don't know much about them, but they're incredibly cute.
Cute. I'm interested.
Furthermore, according to the survey team's report, on the outskirts of Shaman Village, they found a mountain to the Sky Peak summit. And this is a huge discovery. This mountain has not been properly surveyed in some time. Piles of treasure, opportunities for new discoveries, so I think. Furthermore, legend says that there is an incredible treasure hidden there that rivals all other treasure. Hooray!
Treasure. Discoveries.
Yes, and it is all waiting for you. I'll show you the location of Shaman Village. Shaman Village. Okay. For more details, please direct your request to the Project P survey team already on location. So everyone, let's get moving with hopes and dreams on our minds and smiles on our faces. Hooray!
This is awesome! Did you hear that? Piles of treasure and new discoveries. I'd really like to meet those shaman, so we should go.
Oh, now everybody is in this sort of state, so I cannot do any trading or whatever. If I re-enter, they're still gonna be like that, probably. Yep. Okay.
Um... Quickly want to check what Krogang has to offer, and also the missions, of course. Question mark. Explore with Nidorino. I've discovered a new dungeon that nobody knows about. Okay, so this is actually... It's an escort mission, but apparently I need to do this in order to unlock a new dungeon. Okay. And there's Zero Isle, which I'm just not gonna do. Not yet, at least. And let's get those two, I suppose. Nothing for my team, unfortunately. Okay. Yep. Then I'm gonna save and call it for today. I'm gonna eat something. The veggie rice that I made yesterday turned out pretty nice, so I'm looking forward to it. The leftovers also should be pretty good. There we go. Hello, Greenie. Just in time for me to end. Oh well. Let's see, who is online? Oh, you have been lurking for a while. And you haven't missed everything. But I hope you're doing well. Alright, I'm a little bit indecisive as to who to raid. Actually... Oh. How about we just go for a good old reliable few? Thank you so very much for hanging out with me. You make this so much more enjoyable. And again, I've said this in the past streams, but I really like this solution of me streaming and working at the same time whenever something pops in. It basically solves all the problems of
If I would only stream, then I would have the problem of not earning any money. Or barely any money, technically. And if I would only do work, then, you know, I would miss streaming a whole lot. Oh, and there is a work task that just popped in. That's perfect timing, actually. Yeah. So thank you so very much. I'm glad that people are still sticking around while I'm having to do some work. I'm currently trying to get this work slot while also raiding out. I have to do several things at once right now. This is great timing. Well, the raid timer is running out anyways. So goodbye. Have a good one. The timer is running